Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 59. I am Vlad, and the man that I'm gonna interview today is a true legend. He used to be known on the Silk Road, depending on when you joined. In the beginning, he was Chronic Pain, and he was just a contributor who was talking with people and giving them advice. And then he got promoted to administrative roles, and that's when he started being called Flush, I guess, because of his love for poker. And just a second, sir, because I need to make an adjustment on the fly for your audio. And his name is Curtis Green. He has very interesting stories with Russ Ulbricht, with the whole Silk Road saga. He actually received a sentence and was tortured and had to go through a lot of bad experiences. And he also has some positive experiences with mining Bitcoin, with mining Zcash, for those of you who are into that. And part of the purpose of this interview and his telling of the story is that right now he's trying to get clemency from the Trump administration to restore his civil rights, because he doesn't have a right to vote, he doesn't have a right to carry a gun in the US, and maybe that there are also civil rights that you like to enjoy and he doesn't. So after this long introduction, welcome Mr. Curtis Green. It's good to have
Oh,
you.
thanks for having me. It's back in the day, I was on one or two little podcasts, but I did, they were tiny little things, and I just kind of kept out of the spotlight, and there's now is the time I was a proponent of getting Ross Ulbricht out of jail, because it was in my opinion, it was a huge it was very unjust what happened, and so the focus was more on him than on me. But now that he's out, I'm like, okay, now I don't know how I can say this without sounding greedy, but now it's my turn. I'm like, okay, now, because I don't want anybody to focus get derailed from getting Ross free. So I kept quiet. I didn't do interviews. I didn't, even to this day, I'm very careful of what I say and what I speak with. But yeah, it's been one heck of an interesting ride, to say the least. And also there's a lot of misnomers about what Silk Road was. It got a lot of bad rap, which it should have, I guess. It wasn't. There were a lot of mistakes made, and I don't want to come across as being somebody like, oh, I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, you're 100% innocent. I realize the mistakes I made. I don't. It's hard to it's really hard to describe, the feelings I had, back then compared to today. But what, my opinion was like, hey, first of all, the site didn't sell anything. And then obviously I'll have a lot of justification. People will say, oh, you're justifying it, which is probably true. I am justifying it to a point. But when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, the site was just a free platform. What vendors sold on it, there was rules. As long as you did not harm a third party, it was allowed. So that's why I'm kind of shocked at a lot of the accusations that a lot of the admins got. They couldn't, there was hacking software, and which is probably true. It probably was. So let me back up. So yeah, so a lot of the charges that I saw were like, wait a minute, we didn't allow that on the site. Now maybe it got through somehow, but it certainly wasn't allowed. And so there was, the government definitely had their agenda and what they wanted to put out. So everybody had their own agenda at the beginning, and a lot of stuff that has come out, especially at the beginning, was the government's narrative, what they wanted us to hear. And then you got Hollywood involved, and they would take 5% of the truth and spin it to however they want it spun. And it was just a shame to see all that happen back then. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm more speaking out, more or less, is to correct a lot of those misnomers, and to really tell the full true story. Granted, it's been a lot of years. It's we're going on 2013. We're going on 12, 13 years ago. And I also, because one of my ultimate goals is to do my own podcast eventually. I don't know if it'll happen or not. I would definitely love for it to happen, but we're still going down that rabbit hole. But yeah, the story is too big to ignore, especially when it comes to Bitcoin. Because as we all know, Silk Road was the first use case for Bitcoin. And trust me, we had a different view of Bitcoin back then than we do today. We had very little faith in Bitcoin. We would get rid of it as fast as we got our hands on it, because it was so volatile. One day it'd be worth $1, and the next day it'd be worth $2, and better sell it before it goes to 50 cents. So we didn't know if what the government did. We didn't know if they had back doors. We didn't know. We didn't know. So we just kind of played it, let it play out a little bit. Because when I first heard about Silk Road, I was like, well, how do they get away with the payment situation? And then they said, oh, they use Bitcoin. And I heard about Bitcoin, but I didn't know anything about it. And so I was very leery of what Bitcoin was, how it was secure, how secure it was. And because nobody knew about Bitcoin. It was brand new. I mean, the only place that you could go to find out any information was Bitcoin Talk. And Bitcoin Talk is an echo chamber. And so it was very centralized. They would mute you if you said anything dissenting. So the best place to learn about Bitcoin was the Silk Road forums, to be honest. The people on the forums were amazing people. Because let me back up a little bit. You got to remember, the site was, at the beginning, was one website. So you went to one URL. It had everything: the forums, the marketplace, everything was on one website. And then finally it got changed into two different websites, where you had the marketplace on one URL, and then you had the forums that were on a completely separate URL. And I would say 90% of my time was spent in the forums, because that's where all the magic happened. That's where you communicated with all the other with the vendors, the buyers, the people that were just interested in Bitcoin. I learned so much. Like, I didn't know what PGP was. This will give you an example of what type of people were on the site. I was learning. I wanted to know what PGP was. I didn't, because I wanted to know what SHA-256 was. I didn't know anything. I was so new, even though I could build computers and whatnot. I had no idea. And so we would, one of the questions I had, I said, so what is Bitcoin? And he was obviously a cryptographer or a programmer. He came on and he was explaining to me SHA-256, and he says, oh, this is a great way to show you. He says, download PGP, pretty good for privacy. I think Zimmerman created that. And he goes, this is the best way to show you how keys work. And so I'm like, okay, that's
Just a second, sir. I don't know. I guess we're being sabotaged live, because I have to basically fix your audio every 10 minutes or something. So go ahead. You're talking about Zimmerman.
yeah, I was yeah. So I was wanting to learn more about Bitcoin and how it worked, and one of the guys that was on the forum said, "Hey, let me show you what PGP is, and that will give you a good idea of how private keys and public keys work." He wanted to get to the very base of what Bitcoin was, and that's what Bitcoin really is private keys and public keys. And this is, I'm giving you an idea of what type of people that were on the forum. This guy who obviously was well versed in cryptography, he basically took me by the hand and walked me through the process, and we spent a full day, and then we went into the next day, and I was mentally wiped out. I learned so much, and he was explaining everything in really detail, and then by the third day, I was like, okay, I think I've learned enough. And he goes, and he was still there. He was still wanting to teach me, and that just gives you an idea of what type of people were on the forums. The forum was like like a place of no other. It was much better than Bitcoin Talk, in my opinion. And that's where I told everybody, I said, I know it's the Silk Road, but it's the forums. See, on the forums, you just talked about things. You couldn't buy things, you couldn't sell things. It was just a forum. And we had different, and I was the I'm going all over the place. Let me back up. My first interaction with DPR. Well, he wasn't called DPR back then. He was called Silk Road Admin, because he didn't create a name, and they had just switched over to the two different sites. Remember how I said they were all one site, and then now the forums were now on their own site, I messaged Silk Road Admin. I said, hey, if you're going to allow this sort of thing to be on the site, mainly, the drugs and whatnot, I said, you need to have a thing that's called harm reduction. It's to help people get off drugs. It's a resource for to help people that need help. And it was more to help people get off drugs than anything. And his response was, "Oh, that's a fantastic idea. By the way, will you run it for me?" So I became the admin of the forums really quickly. Like, we're talking, Silk Road wasn't on for more than a month or two. So it was right when they separated the two sides. I can't remember the exact time frame. So that was my first interaction, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I was like, hey, I'll because I have a medical background. I was an EMT for quite a while, and harm reduction you'd have to have it with this if you're going to allow what was allowed on the site. And so I decided, and DPR thought Silk Road Admin thought it was a great idea, and so that's how I started off. People asking questions about, should I do this? Can I mix this with this? And I was basically not playing doctor, but I was there to help people when they had questions. And mostly I would advise. I had a lot of people that contemplated suicide. So I would give them the suicide prevention phone number, and I'd be there just as an ear to talk to. Because that's what Silk Road was really about. People get caught up into, oh, they just sold the bad illegal things, which is true, but people forget about the good things that Silk Road had. The camaraderie, what's the word I'm looking for? The camaraderie between Bitcoiners and between everybody. Because when the site really took off after Chuck Schumer went on the site and said, "Oh my gosh, look at what you can buy on the Silk Road. This is terrible." The site went from literally a few thousand people to 100,000 overnight, and this. that was one of the other reasons why he separated the site, the forum, which was
Right.
which
So
was a
you
good.
said that the website was always crashing and it required some maintenance,
Oh
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
cut off again and I fixed your audio.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. They were, yeah, yeah. So so I remember at the early on, he was saying, "Hey, I need people to help me," and I'm like, he wanted paid positions, and I'm like, I wasn't a programmer, so and I knew that's who he was looking for. So there was programmers that came and went. They would help program the site and get things going. But really though, the vision was it was more about freedom and not having granted a lot of a lot of justification, but it was more it was about freedom and not and I always felt that we should, if somebody wants to put something in their body, and that's up to them and God and whoever. Who are we to say what you know what should go in my body? I choose not to drink alcohol. I don't see any problem with it. It's just that's just giving you an example. Uh, but uh, but yeah, the site was more about being freedom. It wasn't so much at the beginning. It definitely wasn't. Bitcoin was a tool. It wasn't. It wasn't. As time went on, it became more of a hotter topic, and because we started to realize, now what is this? Because we didn't know. I wasn't a programmer, so I don't. My technical knowledge only went so far, and so I wanted to find out what made Bitcoin tick. Why was it so special? Why, I needed all these questions answered, and it took a long time before I felt, you know, good enough to with what it was. Because, like I said, I I really thought at the beginning that it was the government was behind it. All the conspiracy theory. Just because it was just too convenient. And then, but obviously, the government hates cryptography. Because they want to be able to see and hear everything. So and so once I learned that, hey, Bitcoin really is decentralized, and it really is, I don't want to call it anonymous, but back then we knew it was anonymous, but we thought it was more anonymous than what it really is. Is because as long as you didn't give your real world name up, which back then, who would you give your world name up to? We were just using Bitcoin. So to us, it was anonymous. It wasn't until like 2014, 15 when we realized, oh my gosh, it's far from anonymous. The blockchain is permanent, and all they have to do is connect your real ID to an address, and all your anonymity is gone. So yeah, at the beginning, it was quite. To see the changes from the early days to now, we haven't gone full circle, but boy, there's been a lot of controversies as they come along throughout the years. The hash war, or when 2016, when the SegWit came along, and the Roger Ver, Bitcoin Cash thing, and there's so a lot of things has happened, but Bitcoin is still Bitcoin. It's still everybody's moving to level 2, which I think is the only way you can really scale it, unless you make the blocks bigger. But again, that technology is over my head. I just kind of watched it. I really didn't care too much. I'm like, so what if they make the blocks bigger? I really didn't know. But I digress. But yeah, so the Silk Road was more about freedom, and Bitcoin was a great tool to help bring that freedom, because we didn't have to worry about oh, how, how am I going to do this safe transfer or this transaction? How can I make it safe? Well, Bitcoin, was the answer. And as I went down the rabbit hole,
So for the record, you said that every day you got more interested in Bitcoin as you fell down the rabbit hole, and your
oh,
audio
very,
cut off again. So I fixed it.
yeah. It, like I said at the beginning, there that as Bitcoiners, we always say, we verify. Let's trust. We don't trust. We verify. Back then it was, I had to be convinced that Bitcoin, was really what they said. So it probably took a good year of me looking at Bitcoin, studying Bitcoin, before I really got comfortable thinking, hey, Bitcoin is where it's, that I get it now. And a lot of people with Bitcoin today, they hear 10 minutes, they just look at the price, and then they maybe read a few posts about it, and they, oh, I understand Bitcoin. And that, no, you can't do that. You have to spend hours going down the rabbit hole to really understand it. I tried to on Christmas of 2012. I tried to give my siblings. I actually mined a block with solo mined, and I thought, oh, it would be so cool for Christmas if I gave each of my siblings a Bitcoin. Bitcoin was like $2, I think, at the time, and I got the Accusations coin. I don't. They were the cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he actually lived. He only lived like 20 minutes from me, which was really weird.
Mike Caldwell, the author of BIP38, and also the first person to make Bitcoin physical with his Accusations coins.
Yeah.
For those who are not aware and don't know what Curtis is talking about.
Yeah. So I took these coins. You could pop them in half, and you put the private key in inside it and snapped it shut. And then I wrote a big step-by-step on how, back then there were some addresses. It wasn't like it is today. We didn't have seed words. I think the seed words were just coming out, maybe. Anyway, it was just
BIP39 came in 2013 or 2014. And
so
it was a replacement for BIP38, which was simpler.
Yeah. So it was just simple. An address went to this Bitcoin. So I had one Bitcoin each address. So and so I try to give this spiel. I believe, was it late 2000? Could have been 2011, late 2011. With my family sitting there, and I said, Bitcoin's going to change. I've already gone down the rabbit hole. I've already decided Bitcoin is going to change the world. And I gave this big spiel about of what Bitcoin was, where it's going, how it will be worth $1 million one day. Now I didn't think it would, I thought it would be decades or centuries away. But I thought one day it'll get there. One day the whole world will be using Bitcoin. Well, long story short, I put them in little gift boxes, and I thought I gave a good presentation of what Bitcoin was, what you could do in 20 minutes. And when they all left, when the party broke up, they all went home, and not one, they left all their Bitcoin, my boxes that I made with Bitcoin, and they didn't take them. And that really bummed me out, because I was like, man, don't they realize that, I didn't see it going up in value, but it was the principle of what Bitcoin represented. And so it hurt my feelings more than anything, because I mined it.
Okay, so just for the record, you mined the Bitcoin, and how many did you put on these physical coins that were not taken by?
One Bitcoin. I gave there was 8 8. I'm the oldest of 9, so I made 8 of them, or 8 or 9 of them. I can't remember. It's been so long. And so I had each individual Bitcoin, and now those Bitcoin are gone forever. Because I think I saved 2 or 3 of them, if I'm mistaken. I remember seeing them sitting on the kitchen table or something. But that gives you an idea of where people's heads were at when they were given a presentation about Bitcoin. It went one ear and out the other. And I thought maybe it's because they couldn't feel it, they couldn't touch it. So that's where I got the coin idea. They could actually see it, they could touch it, they could feel it, and that still didn't work. And so I knew then the Bitcoin had a long way to go. And then when we saw Bitcoin go up to 2013, or in 2013, up to $1,000, and then it came all the way down to 150. I'm like, oh no, maybe Bitcoin isn't going to work, because everybody had their doubts. They had their, oh, it's going to work. Oh, maybe it's not going to work. But if you really understood Bitcoin, those moments of dread would leave you, because you'd go, okay, the price might be down, and people are too stuck, or we're too stuck on the price, especially back then. And even myself, when Ethereum came out, when Bitcoin went up to 1,100 and dropped back to 150, I thought, oh, geez, I'm not sure about Bitcoin. It just dropped 85%, and maybe Ethereum's a great way to go. I mean, that just because I was so confused, and Ethereum is a great tool. Gave us smart contracts. Ethereum has its place in the world, and that created a whole new thing. But anyway, yeah, so Bitcoin to me, it started a lifelong journey of finding out that of sovereign money, and I learned how I always thought I knew, inflation was 2% a year. I thought I had it figured out. Well, as I got into Bitcoin, I figured out that I really didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know that how they could just print things out of thin air, and here I'm in my 40s at this time. You would think that I would have known, but Bitcoin really opened my eyes to show that that governments are in control of our lives, and Bitcoin gives us hope, and gives us some of that, gives it back to us, gives us the control back, because like nobody can the government, they had their, I mean, I'm sure back in 2011 or 12, if they would have taken down the network, if they would have realized where Bitcoin would become today, that they might have tried, but they just saw it as a stupid project. When I was arrested, one of the last things that one of the agents told me, he said, get out of Bitcoin. It's nothing but trouble. And I'm like, why would he say that? It really bothered me. Why would he tell me to get out of Bitcoin? It's nothing but trouble. And see, that's the problem. People didn't know Bitcoin. They looked at, oh, it was connected to Silk Road, which was drugs. Ooh, bad. And so they what's the common denominator? Bitcoin. Therefore, Bitcoin is bad. So it's all about knowledge and learning and educating yourself. And I'm thoroughly convinced if the population were to sit down and everybody were to spend 1 or 2 days of just reading about Bitcoin, Bitcoin would have a different, it would just, I don't know if I'm sure the price would go up, but that's where the problem is people don't do their homework. They don't go down the rabbit hole. And I think everybody has to have the rabbit hole moment when it comes to Bitcoin. Like I had my I mined Monero, I mined Zcash, I mined well, anything nice hash could mine, I mined it with my little GPU miners that I had going, and then I got into. I was one of the first ASIC Butterfly Labs.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
you told me you got scammed with that one because
oh my
you
gosh!
ordered your A6, you paid like 10,000 Bitcoin for it or something.
Oh, no, it was 2,700 Bitcoin.
So
But
2,700 Bitcoin for the record,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
never got that.
Oh, well, what I did get they were supposed to come out in like October of 2012, I think, and they kept pushing the date off, and I was like one of the top two or three. I put everything I had into that. I put every penny I could muster up, and and this is where my ignorance came in. Looking back, I'm like, what was I thinking, spending so much Bitcoin? Because there was no way I could mine those 2,700 Bitcoin back, because they, as the as mining got popular, the hash rate just started to skyrocket, and you could mine 100 Bitcoin fairly easily, not easily, but in a month. You think, oh, this will continue forever. It'll come down, but it won't go down that much. Well, we found out it like in 2013, 14, and when ASICs were first released, it skyrocketed the hash rate, and you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, man. That was so, and I'm sure a lot of those early ASIC are same in my, we're in the same boat. We'd never got, no way could we recoup the Bitcoin. And that's another whole nother story of, trusting people. And I couldn't afford to mine it for my house, because you had to have a 220 line. And so I had to figure out how to mine it. And so I mined for my house when I could, and finally I had to sell the miners off, just because they were just sitting around, and I didn't have enough money to keep them going. And I didn't have air conditioning in my house, and it creates heat, and that was another problem. So yeah. So Bitcoin mining, when the Bitcoin mining bug bites you, it's pretty fun, especially to to learn about it. Then I think that's what I always told. That was one of the things I told people early on. I said, if you want to really learn about Bitcoin, is mine it, and because then you're always having to keep an eye on it, and if you don't understand something, you'll ask the question, and somebody will help you, and it'll just go. It helps you with that rabbit hole situation. But yeah, but anyway, but yeah, Bitcoin. Uh, I heard I knew about Bitcoin. Silk Road came along. I wasn't there on the Silk Road. For the drugs, it was. I was there to try to help, and and there was I had a lot of when I first found the site, I was like, man, is this legal? Yeah, and is this a good idea to get involved? And I talked with my wife about it, and I'm like, listen, we're not selling anything. The people are. All the site is just a free. Anybody could go on. Yeah, we're not selling. We're not. All we are is we're facilitating, which I know a lot of justification went in there, but I honestly, when you look at it from my perspective back then, I really didn't. I didn't think it was that it was so illegal, because I just felt like we were just providing a platform that, it was kind of like Amazon, but people sold things that they shouldn't have, but call me naive, but I really did not think it was. I didn't realize that the government. I knew the government wanted to shut down, but I didn't realize how bad they wanted to shut down. And I was kind of shocked. I was like, "Oh, they're, what's the big deal? It's not like it's on the regular web. You have to jump through so many hoops." To get there, you have to use Tor. You have to, so it's not like kids are going to get on the site. Well, I guess some kids did, but it was more of, you really had to know, you want to know more about Bitcoin and or actually search for it. It really didn't, and unless you listen to Chuck Schumer, which to me, to this day, I'll never understand why he did that advertisement for Silk Road, because that's what he did. Is he said he had all these, I don't know if you've seen the videos, but he said, look, everybody, look what you can do on Silk Road. Well, that was the dumbest thing he could have done. He was just a big advertiser for Silk Road, and it created a lot of made the site skyrocket. But yeah, the and I, out of all the, I'm digressing a lot, but I when the site was brought down, I was arrested, and I thought, then my life of hell started. I'm fortunate that I didn't go to prison. I'm very grateful that I didn't, but I did do my, I did my own, I served my own hell, with family issues, with, local people, in our neighborhood thought I was the devil. They even though they really didn't know me. So yeah, while I didn't serve prison time, I served my own prison time, if that makes sense. Um, the government really pushed, they wanted their narrative, and when I was, there's a big long story of how I was arrested and whatnot. I talk about it in my book, Silk Road Takedown, a little bit. I really didn't dive. I just gave a little overview of what happened. But long story short, I Knob, who was a DE agent, had those drugs sent to my house, and I had no idea what, when that package came. And there's the whole long story. There's some stuff I found about that story was quite interesting. They called it off. The package came, and I wasn't expecting it, and all I saw Knob, and I knew Knob was a guy on Silk Road. I'm like, oh, I should stay away from this. And unfortunately, I didn't. I was stupid enough to open it, and that was the end of it, for my Silk Road. And they took me up to, they had this big meeting with the Secret Service agents, and that's where I met Shaun Bridges. Carl Force I already knew a little bit, and while I was up there, Shaun Bridges stole 30,000 Bitcoin, and he made it look, well, not, no, what he did is, I had the seed word, or I had access pretty much to the whole site. I didn't have root access, but I had a lot of access. And what Shaun Bridges did, and I still think Carl Force has something to do with it, but they say they didn't, so I have to, whatever. Shaun Bridges, took my username and password and went through all the vendors' accounts and stole all their Bitcoin. It went from one person to the next, because he had, he used my credentials. And the mistake he made is, he thought the meeting was going to end that night, but he had to magically fly home to Baltimore, and he didn't get the memo that it went a second day. And so he stole all the Bitcoin during the night, and one of the addresses that vindicated me was, he made a vanity address. Said, then it started with a number 1, and it said Curtis Green SR. who in their right mind would send stolen Bitcoin and with their own name on it? So that actually helped me in the long run. But the government was thoroughly convinced that I had stolen that Bitcoin, and there was nothing that I could do to convince them. I mean, how do you prove that you didn't do something? And all I could, they had, and while we were up in the meeting, I talk about this in my book. When we were up in the meeting, he said, "Well, we've got some bad news. He wants the Bitcoin back." And I'm like, "Well, I didn't take it. If I could give it back, I'd give it back." But and so for hours, they hammered me and said, "Yes, you did take it. Oh, you did take it. Oh, just tell the truth. Uh, you just come on. You can just fess up." And I'm like, now I can see how people do false confessions, because I was at the point where I almost wanted to say, "Okay, I did it, but I can't give it to you." It
To
was
me, this
really
sounds like
frustrating.
these jokes, which are partially true, I think, about the Soviet Union, right? Because they would interrogate people and they would accuse them of something that they never did.
Yeah.
But just to escape the torture or just to get rid of the embarrassment and
Yep.
maybe
That's
just get out of the situation in a way that was more convenient, they would say, "Yes, it's true, I did this." And then they would put them on some sort of propaganda poster and say, "This person is a horrible man." They would send them to forced labor camps and whatever. The difference is that they were going to send you to jail, possibly,
yeah,
for
oh,
doing
yeah.
this.
Well, they were so convinced, and they said, "Hey, he wants his 30,000 Bitcoin back." And I said, "Well, I don't know what to do." And he says, "Well, we need to take some pictures uh, of us trying to get the Bitcoin back." And I'm like, "Whatever." So we went into the bathroom, and uh, they faked, dunking me in the water, to get the Bitcoin back. And it was very realistic. And we had cues. I had to sign my life away saying that I wasn't doing this under duress and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, right. I had a choice. I had no choice. I had to go along with their little scheme or whatever they were doing. Because they had me scared to death. I mean, I was petrified. I mean, imagine being in front of 20 federal agents telling you you're going to spend 40 years in prison. You know, it just it, it was literal hell, especially that first night or two. And it was until they found the evidence that Sean Bridges and Carl Force, or Sean Bridges and Carl Force were really the bad guys. I lived in I lived in pure hell. Because uh, they said, "Oh, okay, after he just wants the Bitcoin back." And I'm like, "What? Well, I can't give it back because I don't have it." And then it magically changed. It said, "Oh, now it changed from uh, beating you up to having you killed." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" And I was really scared for my safety. I was like, because you don't know who's doing this, and I didn't know if it was I didn't know who the bad guy was. I don't know if it was the government. I went back and forth so many times of figuring out who could be doing this, because all I know is I gave up the username and password to 20 different people, and then that night the theft takes place. So to me, one of those 20 people had to have had to do the theft. But the government, and I tried to explain that to them, and they wouldn't listen. All fingers pointed towards me. And even and so I had to play dead for 10 months, in my
What
house.
do you mean
And
play dead? Like never
yeah,
go
yeah,
out? Never
yes,
go
yeah,
on the internet? Never communicate with anyone?
they called me every single day. Carl Force did, every day, saying, you're staying offline, right? No, you're staying off the internet, right? Every day he called me to make sure that I was staying low, that I wasn't leaving outside. I would walk at nighttime so I wouldn't cast my shadow. I had to turn off all the lights and literally crawl on my floor to go get from the bathroom to the kitchen. And because I was so petrified of somebody seeing me, the government did false police reports of missing persons. It was kind of ironic looking back, how the local city police would come looking for me, and here I'm in the bathroom with the door closed, hoping they don't hear me, because I had to keep the ruse up. You know, you know, so I had to be dead. So the police were, well, we got to find Curtis. We got to find where he's at. And my wife was going along with it. She was like, I don't know where he's at. And so yeah, it was not a fun time during that, and a lot of it was caused by me. I mean, I put myself in, I had the choice of working on Silk Road, but like, again, I didn't look at it as me doing something bad and wrong. It's hard to describe. I saw it as a learning experience, and also, I know it sounds, I'm making excuses, but remember the site, there was a marketplace and the forums, and I spent 90% of my time, if not 95, if not maybe even higher, on the forums. So what did we do wrong talking about Bitcoin, about other things? Yes, people bought things on the marketplace, but that had nothing to do. And it is a shame that even the guys that were just on the forums, they served prison time just for working on the forums. They had nothing to do with the marketplace. So, and it's all about the government having control, and following along their narrative, because no, they couldn't, heaven forbid, if one of their own was bad, that couldn't happen. So they did everything in their power to give disinformation and to make it, they kept it really quiet. In fact, when they came busting down my doors, I just got done doing my 4 years tax returns. You only have 3 years to get your money back. So that $22,000 that I had in my fanny pack was all legit money. I had just cashed my tax return money, and I did not have a bank account because that's when you could float checks. And me and my wife got into trouble floating checks, and they cut off our bank account. And so when I got my tax refund, I turned them into cash. And what's the safest place to put on it was my fanny pack with me. I when I go to bed, I'd put it in my safe, but I felt the safest was with me. But it looked when the government came knocking on my door, it looked horrible. I mean, me having $22,000 cash on me, I mean, the optics were terrible. But I'm telling so they stole all that money from me, and it was every cent that we had. I mean, when they took that money, it was like, okay, that's every dollar that we had to our name. What do we do? And luckily, I'm an entrepreneur. I figured out how to work the little small gigs here and there, and I somehow pulled us out. But I had to be dead too during this time. So my wife worked, but it was a rough couple of years, 2013 and 14, because the story didn't get, the Silk Road wasn't taken down until October of 2013. So they were still trying to find out who ran the site, and I couldn't give them much information. I didn't know who anybody was. And then they spent their time trying to find, trying to prove that I stole all this Bitcoin. And of course I didn't. And, so it wasn't a fun time back then. It was my fault. There was so many times where I thought, I should stop being an admin on Silk Road. I can't. So many times where I thought, I should just distance myself now. But I got paid. I didn't get paid a great salary. I think it was right around. We got paid in Bitcoin. I think it was right around $2,000 or $3,000 a month, which was enough to pay the bills. I love to have all those Bitcoin back. but it was what it was. I had to survive, and then when that income got shut off, it was like, oh crap, what do I do now? And so my house went into foreclosure. I don't know how I figured that out. But luckily, I was able to keep our house. I was able to put food on the table. It was not a fun time. And then once the site was taken down, and then boy, it all blew up. On from all these different websites and what are Wired magazine. They did an article, and I foolishly said, yeah, I'll participate. I didn't think it could. I didn't think it'd be as big as what it became. And so I did a little interview with them, and they took all that information and blew it up and made it look, they took it and they did a lot of misinformation. Like I say, they take 5% of the truth and they spin that 5% into their narrative. And so that's why I always, there's a movie about Silk Road. Don't watch it. I've never watched it. I've read the script. It's stupid. Because they Hollywoodized everything. And but Silk Road is, was, and I don't think a lot of Bitcoiners realize it was a real pinnacle of that was a turning point of Bitcoin, in my opinion. People realized, it can be used safely as a payment method. It's very secure. You can't get any more secure than back then it was you still had to wait your 6 blocks or what, for confirmations, but we didn't really worry about that. And once we sent it, we knew it would show up at the other end. So but yeah, Silk Road was really a turning point for Bitcoin. I think when Silk Road first started, Bitcoin was like at 88 cents. It was 88 cents. And then that August, 7 months later, it skyrocketed to $32. Granted, it came crashing back down again, but I think that gave people, oh wow, look what Bitcoin can do. It got out of the pennies, so it was sure a shame when Bitcoin, when the Silk Road was taken down, because I kind of wish they would have left the forums alone, because the forums were so awesome, and there were, I don't recall any illegal activity on the forums at all. It was just all about talking, about learning. They had a book club on the forums.
I think Russell Brick started that one.
Yeah,
it was like a weekly
was
book club, and he would tell people to read usually some libertarian literature.
Oh yeah,
they would discuss it.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That was kind of funny how you know, you know, I'm all into that, but the books that he would send me to show me to read, I was like, I'm not going to go through this whole freaking book. It was kind of funny, and then you say, "Oh, did you read that book?" I said, "Oh yeah, I read it. I read it." When actually I skimmed through it. But yeah, reading, uh, that book club, I wish I would have looking back, I wish I would have taken it more to heart and really gone down the rabbit hole, because all the von Misses stuff, libertarian, uh, the way Austrian economics worked. It was, it was really, it was really eye opening just to hear all about that stuff. And it gave me a different point of view to look at, So
Okay, let's
yes,
get a little bit organized because you started from the early days of the Silk Road and how you discovered it and how you got more involved with it. And then you jumped straight to the end of it and what you had to go through. There are still some stories in the middle that have not been covered. And there are still some stories from both sides that have not been covered. And I very much like the energy that you have. You basically seem to have been waiting for a long time to get this out so you can finally speak out about what's been happening. As far as I'm aware, this is the first interview you have done in years.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the interviews I did before were just minor, because I was I was afraid of the blowback of what the government could do, because they had me terrified. So I was very careful what I said, and who I said it to. So I really didn't say too much. And now it's kind of like, well, time is, there's been enough time. Ross is out. There's no reason really to keep quiet. And one of the things I don't want, I don't want the Silk Road story to get lost. And
Oh yeah, and
because
I think today it's more relevant than maybe a few years ago because we have a new class of Bitcoiners who joined only looking at the banking class promoting Bitcoin and thinking that it's this institutional grade financial asset that you use for getting collateral. I mean, for putting it as collateral to get US dollars or a speculative investment and all sorts of things, which were not part of the early days of Bitcoin. Like, I'm not sure how many people actually were looking at Bitcoin from this point of view that it's gonna be used by banks and you're gonna get a loan in USD against your Bitcoin or
I never saw that coming.
exactly.
It's like it was like, it was, why would I give up the keys to the Bitcoin? It kind of felt like it defeated the purpose. Like, if I'm going to give up my keys, so, but we've kind of gotten accustomed to, we've been going down this new paradigm where you, because USD is king, and we have to somehow turn our Bitcoin into dollars. So we can't live on, we have to put food in our mouth, and well, they usually take dollars, and
Yeah,
so that's,
just for the record, were you around when Bitcoin hit $1 and basically there was this parity between the two currencies?
well, yeah, it was 88 cents, and then jumped to like $1.20, and then it dropped back down to 60 cents. And but the but what the goal was, as if I remember correctly, it wasn't when Bitcoin equaled a dollar. It's when one Bitcoin became the parity of an ounce of gold. That's was that's when you saw, that's when we thought, okay, that's when Bitcoin wins, when one Bitcoin is worth 1 ounce of gold.
And how much
And
was 1 ounce of gold at the time?
$1,200, $1,300, right around there. And so when it did hit that parity in 2013, then it shoots back down. So we a lot of us, I lost a lot of faith. I thought, oh man, well, now will it ever come biggie back? Was it a bubble? Was it?
Well, it was a bubble, but it did come
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, and what they're finding out, I've read some people that are some not documentary stuff, but some websites that have talked about that jump up in 2013 to where we hit $1,200. It was manipulated, and they're looking at the data and they're finding out that it was controlled by a few people that pushed it up that far. So it was an unnatural jump to the $1,300. And what's ironic is they said the price should have been right around 200, and that's exactly what it fell down to. So the $200 was really the true price of Bitcoin.
But
And
I think that's what always happens. Sorry for interrupting, but usually the bear market price is what the market agrees that something is worth, and then the bull market price is what you have when you add some extra hype on top of this base price. So I think that, and maybe I'm gonna get canceled or something for saying this, but I think that one Bitcoin maybe is worth like $50,000 in terms of production costs for mining, which once again is the Marxist fallacy, where you say that if you put a certain amount or value of work into something, it should be worth that. It's not how it works. But if you use that as a baseline for determining the price, as how much it costs to produce one Bitcoin, I think that's it. And it's also the price that we have had for quite a while before jumping to $100. Maybe $50 is reasonable. 50,000, I'm sorry, not $50. Even though I would love for it to be $50 again, I would buy a shitload of it.
oh yeah, wouldn't that be great? Just for one hour, does it drop down, then then it can go back up.
No, because that would be unfair. I would probably sleep or
That's
do
true.
something else around
That's
that
true.
time.
But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I would rather have seen Bitcoin go up at a natural rate than but then but then but if we didn't have these big swings, we're used to stocks going up slowly. They might do a little pullback. They're like gold. Gold.
No, that's not true anymore. We live in the meme stock era. Like if
Yeah,
you watch what happened with GameStop and other stocks like this, even BlackBerry and a couple of others, they are so disconnected from fundamentals. This is maybe an illness that's caused by the money printing and the fact that people don't know what has value anymore. Plus the fact that you have an entire generation. I'm not sure how old your son is, but basically this generation of Zoomers, they are so accustomed to digital purchases and paying for something which is not tangible, has no actual value, you cannot trade it. They buy Fortnite skins, they buy CSGO skins for guns and stuff. And they're just basically graphical representations of something that they cannot trade.
Yeah. My son's 11 years old, so I know him and Roblox.
Oh
and
that's huge.
Yeah, I have to. He does his chores, and I give him $5 a month. That's all he gets for his Roblox.
And he spends it on some very stupid cosmetic upgrades.
Yeah, and he knows that. He goes, "Oh, I want to get this stupid upgrade," and I try to tell him, "What are you paying for? What try and teach him the value of money, because that's all they're doing is copying the same thing over and over and over and over again. If it was unique, maybe it'd have a little bit more value. But
my point is that this generation is gonna discover even Bitcoin, but also stocks, and they're not gonna understand the value of anything. They'll just be like, "Oh, should this be worth like $100,000? Why not? Let's throw some money at it."
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's what our once the big price point was when Bitcoin broke that $100,000. That was like the ultimate thing to happen. Even back in 2013, 14, it was like, ooh, one day Bitcoin will hit that $100,000 mark. And so I always knew once we got to this point, it would be 100,000 would be a tough nut to crack. Even though it went past 100,000, it's having a real tough time keeping above 100,000. And because you're having a lot of OGs sell, and and I don't know what other factors you have going in, but yeah, it's really interesting to see how it struggled, and see it get to this point, and see it where it's been, and you see all the ups and downs, and you think, man, how did how did we survive this? Because you're when you see Bitcoin at 50,000, and then you see it drop down to 20,000, who doesn't panic sell? It takes a lot of conviction to not, and because you think, oh, it's going to keep going down forever, I better get out while the getting's good. It's a weird mentality, but once you understand the fundamentals, it's it helps you get through those points. It's usually the people that will panic sell are the ones that don't understand Bitcoin, and because eventually, as long as they print money, Bitcoin will be king. And until they stop printing money, which will never happen, we know that, because they have to have control, and that's why I've heard so many people say that the government started Bitcoin. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's no. To me, I don't think that happened. There's they now, does the government use Bitcoin for nefarious purposes? Probably, but
There have been records of that. I remember
oh
there was a story a few years ago of the Chinese government paying its spies in Bitcoin using
oh
Wasabi Wallet, and that was interesting. And I'm pretty sure that there are lots of government agents or people who work for various agencies who maybe are deployed as spies in various other countries and they can't receive via bank accounts, and it's very convenient to just send some Bitcoin.
oh yeah, Bitcoin is great. Not how many assets can you store in your head, and your with your keywords or whatever key phrases, and then without having to lug. Bitcoin has with all of its fallacies, if you can call them that, is we've never had money uh, like this before. You have your Peter Schiffs of the world that have to touch it and see it and feel it, but it you know the,
But
I
I gotta give credit to Peter Schiff at the same time. He's been the most consistent critic, and he's not always wrong. But he's wrong enough that you disregard if you're into Bitcoin. But at the same time, he makes some valid points sometimes.
he does, yeah, and like I've said a lot about Peter Schiff. I was like, you know what, Bitcoin is the only thing that I disagree with him on, but he brings up some valid points at different points. So, but the whole picture that he has obviously is wrong. But everything else, most everything else that he talks about, I agree with. It's amazing how that one little thing that Bitcoin is we have our disagreements with, and yeah, but Peter Schiff, he's got some valid points
And he also has some credentials that make him sort of the son of another Russell Bricht of another generation, because his dad wrote a book about how to evade taxation in the US, and he died in prison after that. He spent like
yeah,
30 years in prison.
yeah, and what's crazy, he was wealthy that he could have easily paid his taxes. He owed millions of dollars, but he was doing it to prove a point. I think I don't know if you want to call him a martyr or anything, but he was saying, hey, I think taxes are bad. We should not be coerced into paying them, and he died by his convictions. And uh, so so you have to give a lot of respect to his father. Which he's the guy who I know more about Peter Schiff's father than I know about Peter Schiff, really, because I remember him going through all of his trials and stuff when I was younger, and so yeah, Peter Schiff, with all of his, and it's kind of maybe it's good to have a Peter Schiff out there to give us a different perspective, to kind of maybe keep us grounded a little bit. To even though we all roll our eyes a lot of things that he says, when everybody pulls out the memes that he said in 2011, how it's going to keep going down from $12 or whatever it was. But yeah, if we always have to have the other side of it, because the truth is always somewhere in between the two sides.
Yeah, and
And
to his credit, he got sort of vindicated this year when gold went up a lot. And a lot of his predictions about gold turned out to be true, but at the same time, he was wrong about Bitcoin in lots of ways. But I gotta give him credit because back in 2013, for example, when a lot of these big Bitcoiners of today were still just a bunch of new faces or something, he was debating Bitcoiners on his show. So it's not like he was completely against it. He actually kept an open mind and was doing debates. He was inviting Eric Voorhees on his show in 2013.
yeah, oh
And
yeah, yeah, he didn't shy away from it, which I have to give him credit. He didn't. He even today he'll be on somebody's podcast and he'll debate them, and so to his credit, yeah, you're absolutely right. It
like he could be the kind of hater who only talks about his side of the story and his tribe and doesn't give any credit to the other side. But
yeah,
in
yeah,
2012, 2013, 2014, he was already an established economist and one of the most successful businessmen in gold. And he gave a platform to people who are promoting Bitcoin. So there is some merit to that, and we do need to thank him.
oh yeah, yeah. You just because we have disagreements doesn't mean that he's still a human being. He's still a great like I said I I've never met the guy, but I'm sure I like him. Just because we have one disagreement, but we agree on so many other points. I think he even said, Bitcoiners, the only thing we disagree on is Bitcoin, but everything else, politically wise, monetarily wise, we agree with, and I think he's right. I think a lot of us Bitcoiners do empathize with him, and can see his point, even though we may not agree with him 100% of the time. But again, we digress. But
Now, we've
but
been going for longer than 1 hour. I gotta present my ads, or I'm
oh
getting my ass kicked. But before that, I have to tell the listeners that you can actually ask questions to Curtis. You'll have to donate to his campaign, which is not ready yet, unfortunately. We wanted to have it ready on time. If you're looking at the description on YouTube, I've actually mentioned that there's gonna be a link where you can donate. But I guess some people will listen to this in a few days also. So there will be a Satlantis link. I think that's what it's called. Or is it Sat Atlantis?
Satlantis.io. What we're doing is, I'm speaking at Adopting Bitcoin next week, and we're putting on a little event, or a little, I don't know, dinner / poker type event on the 17th. It's at Satoshi's bar, and it's under when you go to Satlantis, under my events. I have an event, and they'll have it on Monday. They'll have it all, the different things that they can either donate or buy a ticket. We're gonna have, we have the domain Pardon Curtis, and I had an OG reach out to me, and he said, you know what? Because I don't like the idea of donating money, when you're just going to throw it away, to attorneys, because I'd rather have the money go to you. And this guy is, you trust me, you would know who he is. And he actually got me thinking. He's right. The only reason I really want to pardon was, to get my gun rights back. But at the end of the day, does it really matter that if I have them back or not? It's more of a, you took it away from me, dang it, I want it back. And it's more of a, it's been a long financial struggle, for the last 13 years. And and when I don't know if we mentioned this before, but uh, when Carl Force and Sean Bridges, they did false seizures against me, and so they went into their pocket every Bitcoin that I had up to that point, and they went into my bank accounts and stole every dollar that I had. Not only did they steal the cash that I had on my fanny pack, but they did false seizures. And so when I say I had no money, I had nothing. I was using credit cards, and they can only go so far. you know and so I know it sounds like I'm coming with a hat in hand, so to speak, but it's it's really more of, I it's really hard to get a job when you have a, a felon a felony moniker next to your name. And so it's more about, um, helping, what my wife went through. I want to pay it back to her. She suffered a lot. My kids have suffered a lot. Um, and and I want to make it up to him somehow. And I absolutely have no retirement. I because I haven't been able to work for 15 years. Um, and so I thought, what, maybe this would be a good way to help kickstart things a little bit. I turned 60 here in a couple of months. I can't believe if I'm getting that old. And so it's more, and it's kind of embarrassing to come out and say, hey, I need help, and so the first idea was, I want to go for a pardon. And then I started going down that rabbit hole, and it's very, very expensive. Oh my gosh, you have to have a six figure just to even talk about it. But then my OG friend said, no, Curtis, I'd rather donate to you and make sure the money goes to you for, I don't know, I can't remember what you helped did for Bitcoin, rather than throw it away against attorneys. So I'm grateful for anything that anybody's able to give. I know we're in tough times, and so I appreciate it if they do. If not, I understand as well. But my goal is to educate, tell people what happened, with Silk Road, uh, and to help keep educating others on sovereign money, Bitcoin, whether you see it as, a lot of people like Zcash and Monero. I'm a fan of Monero and huge Monero privacy coin. I'm a huge fan of it. I've always thought it privacy coins are the future. The banking system's not going to like privacy coins at all, but I certainly think that's where it's going. And that's where I like it to go. But anyway, I'm digressing again. But yeah, so for anybody that that's willing to donate, regardless, it's going to go for a good cause. Whether it goes to for right now, the goal is to I'm going to go try the pardon route. If I can do it at a reasonable amount, I will do it. But I'm definitely not going to mortgage, put every single dime I have into it and then have it fall flat on its face. So I have a couple options open to me, and but I would appreciate anything that anybody. I'm not. I have been able to save a little bit. I buy Bitcoin every time I chance I get, but if it wasn't for Bitcoin, I wouldn't even be where I'm at. Because it's how I've survived. Mining a little bit here and there, flopping it over to Zcash or Monero, and it would always go pay the, it would just pay the electric bill. I never, it would slowly, and of course, hindsight's 2020. And I think, man, if I would have just taken that alone and bought Bitcoin back in,
Well, it's not
but
just about buying it, it's also having the knowledge or the conviction or just a good life overall to hold it,
holding is
because that's the
very,
challenge.
yes, like holding I have to hand it to anybody that can hold Bitcoin for a long period of time. Because when you see, the newer people coming in, they see the 50,000 to 25,000, which is a big, big rate. But think about the percentage back in 2011. It would go to $32 to $2. You do the same percentage today, you'd be 100,000 to 8,000. That's what we had to deal with back then. So you really did have to have a lot of conviction, and I'm sure most of the OGs that are selling right now, but I've always said, this is I'm just guessing here, but I think all the most of the OGs that are dumping now, they were already rich. Because how can you hold all that Bitcoin from 2011 to today and not sell any? I just don't see how that would be extremely tough.
Maybe they got into other coins and
Yeah.
they
Oh,
got
yeah.
into Ethereum and they sold that one, or they
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
into lots of these other token projects where maybe they made a fortune and they were just able to keep their Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, see, even during the ICO era, 2016, 17, most projects, I'd start out, I'd never invest very much. I'd always start out with $50 or $100, and I would write it up. Oh, it's worth $7,000, $8,000, and then it would come back down, and you think, oh, it'll recover, and it goes down. Oh, now it's down to $1,000. Well, I'm screwed now, and you write them down to the bottom, and that happened to be more time often than not, as because we were all searching, because when Bitcoin was at 2000, and when it dropped to $200 in 2013, it took 4 years for it to reach before it broke $1,000 again. So it and I think that's why. And then when 2016, 17 came, that's when Bitcoin broke $1,000 again. But that's why all the ICOs came out. They were coin after coin after coin, and I think a lot of us, I would have to put myself in the same boat. We were kind of like chasing the next Bitcoin. We were like, oh, now Bitcoin's at $2,000, but this token is at 10 cents. It has some great features, and I fell down that trap, and I know a lot of people have fallen down that trap. And another good buddy that said, this is if people that were into Bitcoin in 2016 or 17 and say they didn't get caught up into an ICO project, they're lying. And I'd probably have to agree, because back then you just had to have this, yeah, the one thing I tried to never do is, what little Bitcoin I did have, I made sure that I didn't blow it on like other projects. I would go use the little cash I could find to put it towards it. But if I would have just stayed focused on Bitcoin, so I really did lose out, but I got sidetracked by all these other projects, thinking they're promising, oh, the world, oh, it's going to be better than Bitcoin. Because one of the things about Silk Road, I wouldn't say that it tainted Bitcoin, but people saw the association with Bitcoin and Silk Road. They kind of went hand in hand there at the beginning. So if you talked about Bitcoin, it was like, oh, you must be doing something illegal. So that's what birthed a lot of these coins, that, oh, we're transparent. You can't buy drugs with this because we will know who you are. you know, a lot, you know, a lot of things happened, back then. Bitcoin, in crypto, all the ICOs and all the projects. It's so much different today than what it was back in 2011. We concentrated ourselves on one or two tokens. Litecoin, I thought was neat. I started, I got into in fact, I don't, I'm not very good friends with Charlie Lee, but I definitely met him and hung out with him. And so I saw his vision, and he wanted to be the silver to the gold, and but the problem is it didn't stop with that. Stop there. It kept going and kept going, and pretty soon there was 30,000 different tokens. And that's when I kind of threw up my hands and said, no, Bitcoin, it's one of these privacy coins or Bitcoin. That's uh that's where it's at, and
Well, I don't think at this point it's going to be zero sum, because you
no,
also mentioned earlier into the interview that Ethereum does have a place in the world, and these privacy coins are very useful for many use cases, especially when you're dealing with Ethereum and Solana and all of these DeFi protocols which have zero privacy. A lot of the traders like to swap their coins into Zcash or Monero, which sort of breaks the link between their trades. And then they swap back into Ethereum or whatever. And that's when they get a fresh start, which cannot be traced transaction by transaction. So there is some
yep,
value into this. There's a lot of this stuff that you cannot do on Bitcoin. Maybe you can do it on second layers. Maybe I should plug the ad right now for Layer 2 Labs, which is one of the teams that's working on bringing every interesting altcoin use case to Bitcoin. Their specialty is the sidechain, and right now, if you go to layer2labs.com/download, you can get the software that lets you run sidechain for an Ethereum sidechain, a Zcash sidechain, a prediction market, a Namecoin sidechain, and I think there's also a big block sidechain which prunes the blocks every 3 months or something so it doesn't bloat. And I think
yeah,
it's really interesting. Unfortunately, it runs on the Bitcoin Signet, which is used for testing purposes. In order to have like the full feature on Bitcoin, we're going to need a soft fork, which is an upgrade that adds new rules to the protocol. And there needs to be a proper debate about this, whether or not people want it, because it's miner enforced and some people love it, others don't. And there needs to be proper consensus within the community. But before you make up your opinion based on my description, just have a nice weekend project. You go to layer2labs.com/download, try the software, and make your own opinion as opposed to listening to other people. Also, there is Bitcoin.com news, which I just checked, has an article about you from 2016, which is called Tales from a Dead Man, Curtis Green on Silk Road and Ross Ulbricht. This is actually a short interview that you can read on news.bitcoin.com. And this is why I love it. They have a long time during which they posted articles. It's sort of like this historic place where you can find various moments in Bitcoin's evolution and history. And they also have, right now, if you go to the website, I think they have a more balanced approach to news, because Bitcoin Magazine is too focused on US politics and the Trump administration, and Coindesk is too focused on institutions. And I think Bitcoin.com news is like this nice middle ground between being too political and being too corporate.
yeah,
And
yeah,
sometimes you find news about parts of the world that you forgot they exist, but they also deal with Bitcoin, and this is like a global revolution, so you should have this kind of coverage. So check it out and read this article. It's called Dead Man, Curtis Green, Silk Road in the URL, but the full title is Tales from a Dead Man, Curtis Green on Silk Road, Ulbricht. And I think you're mentioned in like 6 different articles on the website, which I think is cool. It gives you the
yeah,
credentials.
yeah. Well, it's you know it uh, it it's been a freaking journey. It really has. And like I said, I you know I'm not a perfect person. I've made my mistakes. um but I I hope that my little contribution, if you can call it that, will help humanity, which I think it will. Uh, you know, you know, our the main reason why we have wars is usually because of money, some sort of control, and I think Bitcoin has started us with that, has given us the power to take back control where we decide what we want. Like when you just got done talking about, hey, we shouldn't be in an echo chamber. It's for us to decide. We should have a discussion on these layer twos and whatnot, which is which I 100% agree with. Whether soft forks or hard forks, back they were easy when Satoshi was around because nobody really questioned it. They just needed to be done. Today it's a whole different world, where it you have to have a lot of consensus. You have to convince a lot more people, and I hope we can get there. I hope we can um, all unite somehow, and uh, get all on the same, try to be on the same page, uh, so we take back control. Um, Put it in our hands. Let us decide what money is, rather than a government. Uh, and then we're worried about what the government, what they could do with our information. I want to be able to control my information. What uh, Yeah, and I think we now have the tools to do all that. And I think the discussion is there. What's the next step? How do we make sure that we do this without losing our way? And so the discussion, I say keep the discussion, always keep the channels open. Always discuss, always debate, because debating is good. Even though you may not like the other person's point of view, it, they might say something, it might trigger you. Go, oh, you are right. I never thought about that before in that perspective. And I think one of what this will be controversial, but one of the things that Silk Road uh, it helped me go with developing who I am as a person. Um, Even though I made mistakes, I did things I shouldn't have done. I've, I, but it's opened my eyes more to the world around me. Does that make sense? It, before I was the type of person that would just, I see it on the news, I believed it. And now I question everything.
That's because you're on the news and you know exactly what happened, and you're able to watch a documentary about the movement in which you were part. And then you saw how the events got distorted just maybe for getting more emotional reactions out of the audience, or just for the sake of it because they want to control the narrative.
Yep.
And once you
Yep.
find yourself in this situation where you know exactly what you did and what you said, and the portrayal of all of these events is different, that's exactly when you sort of lose faith and you realize that it kind of is a big scam. To me, it was also related to Bitcoin because I discovered it when I think the price was like $400 in 2013. That's when I read about it the first time. I was 21 years old and I was on some internet meme page that somehow had a mention of Bitcoin. And I went to the Wikipedia page about Bitcoin because there was one, and it described an internet currency that was used for buying drugs on the Silk Road, but was also used for humanitarian purposes for onboarding people without a bank account in Africa. And my
Yeah.
first reaction was, okay, I'm neither of these. I'm not into drugs, and I have a bank account. So if I have a bank account, it means I don't need Bitcoin. Case closed. And I dismissed it within 10 minutes and I moved on with my life. It's just that it kept coming back over the years and I wanted to buy a couple of years later. But there was this news story about Bitcoin being dead, there was this developer, Mike Hearn, was working at the protocol level on the Bitcoin project, and he said that Bitcoin is dead and it's not progressing, and it's basically something that can be dismissed already as a failed project. I think that's the way in which he described it. Bitcoin is a failed project. And when
Oh
I
yeah, I've
saw
heard
that,
that times.
I was
I've heard
like,
that.
yeah, it was in Financial Times, you're right.
Yeah, yeah. We're Bitcoin could have failed multiple times,
Oh,
and
that's what you said, that it could have failed multiple times. What I'm trying to say here is that it was another major mainstream media story that gave me assurance, and I was like, yeah, I was so right to not buy this Bitcoin. I was so smart. Look at me, I could have lost so much money. But a year later, the price went back to $1,000. And that's when I realized that there's a disconnect here between what happens in the markets and what the media tells me.
yep,
And that's when I actually started thinking for myself.
yep, yep. And you finally had that aha moment, and we all have that aha moment. It just depends on when you have that aha moment. It took me till I was 45 years old before I realized, oh my gosh, I've been lied to. You mean I can't trust the Republicans every time they go out and speak? I heaven forbid. And now, uh, seeing, going through everything that I've gone through, I'm I'm now what's that? I am now. There's that saying, I'm asleep, but now I'm awake, or something like that. And that's exactly how I feel. I feel like I've been asleep this whole time, and now I've been awoken, and now I look at the world with a fresh set of eyes, and and I'm grateful for every day that I have here on Earth, and I hope that that the world can turn into a better place, and I think Bitcoin is a tool that will help us, whether I mean, something with Bitcoin, whether it's Bitcoin in today's form or Bitcoin, as they change it or whatever they in the future. I think it will. It's a part of who we are. And it's in our DNA. And
Okay, but
and
I do want to add something to your description. So you mentioned the aha moment when you realize that the media is lying to you. But there's another aha moment when you get involved in Bitcoin and you realize that everything that you say and everything that you do is going to shape up this narrative that the media is going to portray, which makes you feel small and insignificant in some ways, but also very powerful. Because as the movement grows and becomes stronger, and you're part of it, basically your voice gets amplified, and whatever crazy story you make up and the community picks up, and somehow it ends up in some fringe news website about Bitcoin, maybe it's gonna get picked up by the mainstream media, and suddenly it becomes a much bigger thing. And of
yeah,
course, you already know that it's all a scam, and maybe that this is also how our history was written, and we're not very much aware of it. We just take it as is because it was written by some historian, but maybe it was
well,
made up to the same degree.
well,
But
like they said,
it's another aha moment when you realize, okay, I actually have the power to shape the narrative and basically
yeah,
change the world around me with the words that I use and the stuff that I
yeah,
say.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, whether you're a fan of Bitcoin or whatever, I think it with what with with what all the controversies that Bitcoin has, I think it's good that there are controversies, because it creates more narrative, and I think I think that's probably the whole big point of it. What I'm trying to say is, before my Silk Road experience, I think I lived in a bubble, and now like I said, I question everything. I look at everything with one eye open, and and I want to learn more about it, whether I agree with it or not. I need to educate myself before I can really have a good point of view, because I don't want to say something, oh, I don't feel this way, and I'm against you, but I don't know why I'm against you. I need to find out every little aspect before it's hard to explain, but going back to the Silk Road, my whole Silk Road experience has gotten me here. So even though I've gone through all, the hell and whatever, it was, I can't even compare, what with Ross went through, having spent 10 years in prison. I'm sure that was miserable. I could only, but at least he, a right has been wronged, and and he's out, which is a very good thing. And we have Bitcoin, and I think that as long as we keep pushing and learning, um, it, and questioning, and that's the big point, is don't, I'm not afraid to talk. I'm not afraid to ask questions. I'm not afraid, oh, I might offend this person by bringing up another point of view. Because maybe I'll trigger something. They might change my point of view, just because it's hard to describe. But anyway, but yeah, the whole Silk Road experience was, I think it was meant to be. I don't know if it was a higher power had it. It was, but it was, for me, it was meant to happen, I think. And while I don't wish some of the things on my worst enemy that I went through, it was called life experiences. I'm grateful that I made it through the other end. I'm grateful for my wife, for the few family members that did stick by me. I'm grateful for for what they did. But there are very few of them, but at least the people that I cared about most did. My children and my wife, and but yeah, it's it's not, people. It's too easy for people to look outside and look in and judge, and that's one of the reasons why I'm going to speak out a little bit more, and um, so at least people know who I am, because there's I would tweet something um, about, I don't know, had nothing to do with the topic that we were talking about, but they'd come back, oh, you were just an admin on Silk Road, you were just basically a drug dealer. And I'm like, man, how naive are they? You know, um, for not, all they look at, they see the name, and they probably do a little Google search on me, and then the first things that come up are, they make me sound like I'm the devil. You know, like I'm just the worst person on earth, and they don't even know me from Adam, and uh, and so it's really been an eye opener, and I hope that I can still be out there and help others. I always talk about Bitcoin. I always talk about how to learn what it is. Maybe Bitcoin's not for them. Maybe they want to go with Ethereum. Maybe that's their, I know a lot of people are, Ripple is a big thing right now. A lot of people saying, why don't you like Ripple? And I'm like, it's not this, I don't like it. It's just that it's, I'd rather focus on Bitcoin. And, if you want to focus on your project, more power to you. So, it's just, I think, uh, we need to educate and not shut down other people's voices, which unfortunately Hollywood is really good at doing that. They shut down everybody. If it's not their way, it's the highway. and it's a shame actually. What they're getting theirs though. Hollywood's not doing so great right now. So, uh, but yeah, I'm excited for where the future is going. I'm excited where Bitcoin is going. Granted, there's still a lot of controversies going on, but um, you know, I'm I'm excited for the future. I'm very optimistic from when I about our future. I'm not. We all our political issues we still have, but I think Bitcoin will help us solve those things. If like not what do they say? Just like 2% of the world's population has really ever heard of really know about Bitcoin or something like that. The number is fairly low, um, and I wish people would educate themselves more on Bitcoin and what it is, what it was, not necessarily focus on today's Bitcoin, but go back and research of what people thought about in 2010, 2011, how little faith that we had in Bitcoin, because people were still learning. People were still trying to figure it out. Granted, you have your cryptographers and whatnot that, oh, I knew it all along that this was going to be the thing, but me, not your regular person on the road, it's a lot of education. Like Andreas Antopoulos, I'm sure I murdered his name, but
It's
he
Antonopoulos. Yeah.
yes, I've spoken with him a few times, and he's a great educator, and I learned a lot from him. So he's one of my first early guys that I learned when I was going down my 2013 rabbit hole. So there's a lot there, a lot of those guys' voices are still resonating today, and I just hope that I can be one of those voices.
Actually, Andreas
Um,
Antonopoulos got canceled by the Bitcoiners in 2021, I think, when he
oh, was that?
wrote a book called Mastering Ethereum. And they hated
Oh,
him
oh,
because he wrote a book about Ethereum. And that's why nowadays he's very quiet.
yeah, yeah, that's a shame because back in the day, he was, he was it, man. And I know a lot of Bitcoiners got together. They found out that he didn't own any Bitcoin. Um, I think in 2018 or
No,
19.
it was late 2017 when he tweeted
Was it?
that he's happy that a lot of people are getting rich from the Bitcoin pump, but at the same time, he doesn't own too much Bitcoin because he had to support his sick mother and
Oh, is that it?
something like this. And that's when people started donating a lot of money to him. And I think he received more than 50 Bitcoin, which was like $1 million at the time,
Yeah,
at
yeah,
20,000. And yeah, it was a very emotional moment. And it was nice from the community that they were able to get together and
yeah,
establish that, this guy is a valuable community member. He deserves to receive something. And yeah, that
yeah.
was one of the most wholesome moments in the history of Bitcoin, to be
Yeah,
honest.
it really was. That's what I remember. I remember when they were doing donations to him, and because I was, because he helped shape me in, how I thought about Bitcoin, and he educated me. So I was grateful that the community rallied around him like that. But and
Yeah, I
and
think it was also the fact that Roger Ver commented and he said, well, you should have kept some of the Bitcoin that you received over the years. And it was this comment that made some people angry, especially since Roger was sort of antagonistic at the time with the Bitcoin Cash fork. And some Bitcoiners did not like him. So just to spite him, they started sending more to Andreas.
oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. That's a shame that feel infighting, but I guess people will be people.
Oh, we have more of it today. It gets even
Oh,
crazier.
I know it. You know, I know and it's getting worse. It seems like. Um, it depends on what you look at, but yeah, I'm just, like, I'm grateful. I like, that's one thing I like about your podcast is you're not afraid to tell your opinion, and you definitely don't go with the crowd. You know where you stand. So I wanted to just let you know that I appreciate what you do, and
I
and
appreciate
and
what you do also. So it's nice that we got together for this interview.
oh
And
yeah,
yeah, I know I'm trying to stay away from the mainstream narrative and I'm contrarian in some ways. But also, I do consider myself to be sort of a Bitcoin historian. Like, I dig up some stuff and I realize how far we have strayed from the principles or the aspirations that we used to have back in the day. So, part of the purpose of my show isn't just to talk about events and people and what they're working on, but also to remind people what Bitcoin was supposed to be. Because I
yeah.
don't think we're on that path. I
Yeah,
think
I have to agree. I've talked to a lot of people that were around in the early days, and they feel like Bitcoin is not the same as it was. It was
this is not the revolution to which I signed up. It's a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
way to
exactly. Yeah, that's
describe it.
exactly the exact point what they're trying to say. That they're saying this is Bitcoin is not the Bitcoin that I signed up for. What, and I thought, oh, that's an interesting take. And I because they always say TikTok next block. Um, they try to keep this, and it's true. Bitcoin really hasn't changed that much over the years. There's been little tweaks here and there, but it's it's been the same. But it's been the narrative that has changed. I think the
Yeah, exactly. And
uh,
the worst part is that people forget so easily about something that happened just a few years ago. And whoever comes in, like, throws a lot of big money at the project, becomes the new educator, quote unquote. Like, the latest one, I think, is Michael Saylor. And now we
yeah.
also have all of these ETF people who also have, I think, a disproportionate amount of control over what Bitcoin is and how it's used. And I just don't see how we're gonna build a grassroots peer to peer economy on top of this. Maybe there are ways, but at the same time, I think since we don't have much privacy and so far the layer twos are not what we were promised, like they're not something that can onboard 8 billion people, and they're not something that are very easy to use at this point. Like, there's a variance of UX as an user experience that people have, and there's some adjustment and education needed to onboard something like Lightning. And once again, Lightning doesn't scale to 8 billion people, it just scales to normal
I
Bitcoiners.
Yep, I run a Lightning node, and boy, when I got into it a few years ago, I thought, oh, this is it, and but as I went down the Lightning rabbit hole, I realized it's great and everything, but it has its own set of problems, and it doesn't
What
solve
kind
every.
of node do you run?
I think I just turned it off. I just ran a regular. It was I Love Poker was the name of it. I don't. It was just a regular node. It was on what's it? My little at Raspberry Pi. What's the program? Umbrel. I ran it on Umbrel, but it was costing me more money in Sats to do the transaction, because you have to go on chain. I was like, wait a minute, this is, I didn't expect to make money doing it, but I was like, I was slowly bleeding the few, the precious Satoshi that I did have, and then that's when I realized that the ones that keep the Lightning centralized, they can control, like they can control it. And then that's the problem with Lightning is it's a centralized. The only way you can really make it work, it's centralized.
I found your
And
node.
it's probably turned off.
Yeah. So there's this website that's called 1ml.com, and it's like an explorer for the Lightning Network. Basically, you have or had 0.09 BTC in capacity, which at today's rate is like $9,000. Four channels that are still active. It was last seen 7 months ago, and it
Uh,
was first seen 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's the timing sounds about right. Yeah. But yeah, I still have high hopes for Lightning. I know a couple programmers that run it and that code it, and I still have hopes that will change. And then then I like I'm going down. I've gone down the liquid rabbit hole, and hopefully maybe that will be a great level too.
No, but that's a federation, right? It's secured by a bunch of exchanges and members who are politically controlling the chain. It's easy to get in, but it's very hard to get out because you need the permission of at least one federation member to take your funds out. So it's definitely not like Bitcoin, and it's not the sidechain that Blockstream promised that they were gonna build.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't gone down the liquid route. I hear bits and pieces of it, and
it's just that some people, just in the name of maintaining their purity and only staying on layers that only use BTC, they embraced pretty much anything, even at the expense of going custodial. And custodial means basically using a bank. And I think right now Ethereum is the biggest layer 2 for Bitcoin because they have more than 100,000 BTC locked in it on something that's called wrapped Bitcoin, WBTC. And the way in which that works is that people have locked or frozen their funds on the Bitcoin chain and they issued it as a token on the Ethereum chain. And I think it's very popular for a lot of these DeFi applications. And it obviously is, but at the same time, you hear a lot of people talking about how great Lightning is and how they use it and how they set up a node. But I haven't seen anyone really praise WBTC on Ethereum, which is like 25 times larger in terms of liquidity.
Yeah, I've always wondered. It's one of those rabbit things I haven't gone down too much. But I remember when they came out with wrapped Bitcoin. The first they said, "Be careful, you're wrapping. We don't know where this is going to go. Just be careful with your Bitcoin." And then I've always wondered if now that wrapped Bitcoin could that be rehypothecated somehow? I mean, I'm just throwing out issues that like, because that's how people take loans out. With like the rapid and Coinbase has their own thing, and it's low interest or lower interest. And I thought, how can they get away with charging? One company charges 5%, or they charge 5%, and another charges 13% interest. And I thought, is there any way that they could be rehypothecating it somehow? Because you really can't see the Bitcoin; it's wrapped. So that brings up questions like, how is wrapped a really safe way of holding Bitcoin? It's just one of those questions that I bring up.
Yeah, it's a trusted bridge because you have to trust, first of all, that BitGo, which is the custodian of the Bitcoin, has all of the coins that were issued. And you also have to trust whoever is in charge of this. And I understand Justin Sun somehow ended up being in control of the WBTC thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
But my point is that it's, once again, a suboptimal solution. But at the same time, it's the most popular one. So it seems like the market doesn't really care. And I wish, once again, I wish this was on Bitcoin. I wish we had proper layers for scaling. And I wish we had all the features so that all of these workarounds were not necessary. But this is what we have to put up with.
And I think that's what with Roger Ver was one of his big things back in 2016, 17. Didn't he try to bring up these, it was a block size back then, but I don't, I kept out. My technical knowledge is not there, so I couldn't.
So what's the point that Roger was making?
Well, I think, you just see, Roger was saying that, block size, we don't, block size, we should keep up making the block size bigger. That was the solution. And at first I was like all for that. But then when I started realizing, oh, but if the blocks get so big, then I couldn't run my own node here, because the block, there'd be, you'd have to have terabyte upon terabyte upon terabytes of information. And so it keeps the little guy out from running a node, so
Yeah, but
what,
that's inherently nihilistic, to be honest. Like, if the block was 2 times bigger than, if the block size was 2 times bigger than it is now, it would not be catastrophical. Today I went to one of these computer shops and I saw that they have a 2 terabyte hard drive for like $50.
yeah. Well,
And
yeah, yeah,
Bitcoin is sub one terabyte right now. So
yeah, 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 yeah. And I think even when, so when Satoshi in one of his emails, he stated that hey, even if they did as much transactions as Visa did in a day, that's only 3 DVD sizes, or in one day. So when you
yeah,
put it on,
that's what Satoshi said. So this was in November, if I'm not mistaken, of 2008, so about 17 years ago,
yeah,
when Satoshi posted on, it's called Metzdowd. It was the cryptography mailing list hosted by Perry Metzger. And he posted about Bitcoin in there. And the first response that he got was from someone named James A. Donald, who said, well, this doesn't scale. And Satoshi came back and said, well, if you assume that Moore's law is going to continue and we're going to have this amount of storage and this cost for bandwidth, then you can also take the amount of transactions that Visa is processing today, and you're going to see that with my design, you can have Visa volume of transactions that you can store on this amount of DVDs. And you can already download today a DVD in this number of minutes. And it was this entire explanation, and it's been used by the big block side of Bitcoin to explain that Satoshi always wanted this, even though I can agree that it's not the best design for it. But
yeah, yeah,
I don't think the point of scaling at any moment was to basically increase the block size to the point that you can have 8 billion people joining immediately. And even if you read the Lightning Network paper, which the Lightning Network is perceived as this moment when small blocks make sense because you can move the transactions to a second layer. The Lightning Network in the white paper says that you need like 100, or no, I think like 200 megabyte blocks to be able to work at scale. To compare the capacity of the Lightning Network with Visa, assuming that every user will only open one channel and close one channel per year. So if every
with
person on the planet does
yeah,
this,
well,
we
yes, that's the problem you're going to have with Lightning is you still have to go on chain and off chain somewhere. So
exactly.
if you have this big use, it's got to go on the chain or off some eventually. So you're going to have that problem somewhere along the line of so that Lightning can be running wonderfully by itself, but the second they go on or off, then you're still going to have that problem with block size. But I don't know. It's
Yeah,
over my head.
that's why I like my friend Paul's proposal for drive chains, which are side chains that the miners control. So basically, they also collect transaction fees from them, which is another problem that this solves, because Lightning right now cannibalizes the transaction fee market. The miners are not collecting any fees from the Lightning transactions. And that's also a problem that we're going to run into maybe in a decade, as the mining rewards are going to get cut in half every 4 years. And then we're going to see how we do need to keep the miners running. And the only ways in which we can do it is to give them more fees. One way is to increase the block size, another way is to get these side chains which pay transaction fees to the miners. The most extreme way, I think, is to get rid of the 21 million cap, have inflation just to pay the miners. I think that would be the least desirable
Yeah.
solution to this problem. Anyway, my girlfriend just gave me this. It's something that she made out of Legos. It's a
Oh,
Pepe.
that's cool. Yeah, my son would love that. He's a Lego fan. Yeah, that's cool. That's
And
neat.
she's super creative.
But yeah, that's cool. But yeah, all these questions and problems that we have, eventually we're going to have, if we want to have Bitcoin as a true way of money, um, uh, to be able to really peer to peer, something has to be changed. It's with whether it's a level two, I know there's a lot of different level two options out there. People are proposing different things. You know, I, but it's all. But I don't know. Do you think we'll ever come to a consensus? Will do you think we'll all agree to, yes, this is the way to go? And
I don't think there is one way to go. I think that there should be like an open market that lets these protocols compete for users, and in the end, we're gonna get maybe 2 or 3 of them which stick around. It's obvious that Lightning was overhyped, and we were promised that this was gonna be the one and only solution to scale Bitcoin. It did not become that. And now we live in a world where we need to figure out other ways because so much capital and energy was invested in Lightning that we sort of became complacent. And
yeah,
other chains are starting to profit from the fact that Bitcoin did not scale. Other chains are profiting from the fact that Bitcoin did not get smart contracts. And other chains are profiting from the fact that Bitcoin did not become private. Because Zcash is basically Bitcoin with the zero cash protocol added on
yeah,
top of it, which was
yeah,
proposed for Bitcoin in 2013 or 14.
yeah,
So
yeah.
a lot
Yes,
of these projects would not exist if we
I
actually improved Bitcoin.
Yeah, see, and I think Roger Ver brought that up. One of it, can't remember. He was saying if we would have just all stuck with the same narrative and not created all these different coins, look where it decannibalized itself, or all these projects started up. And if we would have just come together, I think Roger Ver said that we would have, Bitcoin would be a lot further on long today than what it is. It's because, and maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong, but um, it we it's got to scale somehow, and if we wanted to use it as real money, and in because back in 2011, I think it's funny. Well, not funny, but it's the blocks were empty. So we would go. I remember doing it myself. I would fill a block up with a picture.
Or you could send
It's
transactions with no fee and they would still get
oh
mined.
yeah, yeah. I remember when we had to put a fee. I was like, wait a minute, what happened? Because you didn't have to put a fee in because they were mostly empty, and so I was shocked that, wait a minute, we actually have to put a fee in now. I think it was like 2013 or 14 is when fees really started to happen. I might be wrong on my timing, but yeah, 2012, 11, man, the blocks were totally empty. Didn't cost a thing to. You didn't have to. It didn't cost anything to send, then there you would see literally 6 transactions in a block, or none at all. It's just kind of funny to think back about all that. But yeah, where Bitcoin is at today, uh, it some people can say we're in a better place. Some people will say we're in a worse place. Um, where it's obviously somewhere in the middle, I'm assuming. Um, but uh, but to bring up your point with Zcash, I always thought, why didn't they just add that? It was probably, didn't you just say it was they try to make it implemented into Bitcoin
Yeah,
as part
and
of.
they actually did that for 2 and a half before they launched Zcash. So the paper was published, they pitched it to Bitcoin developers. It was a bunch of researchers like Matthew Green and a few other academics. Eli Ben Sasson was also on the show. And by virtue of him being from Tel Aviv and being Jewish, a lot of people today, they act like, oh, this Zcash thing is a Jewish conspiracy. It's
Oh,
something that
geez.
was made by the Jews to whatever, have a backdoor in transactions or whatever. So it uses zero knowledge proofs, which for a long time were considered to be theoretical and not practical. And these guys came up with a protocol to add to Bitcoin so that you could hide your transactions from the rest of the world. In zero knowledge proofs with these shielded pools, you only see that there is one transaction or two transactions or whatever. So you see the number, but you don't see the sender, you don't see the receiver, and you don't see the amounts. And
Didn't CZ just come out and say that no Zcash is will be allowed on Binance if it's ever been anonymized?
there are workarounds for that. I mean, you can withdraw from the anonymity pool to a transparent address and then move it like 3-4 times to different transparent addresses and then send it to Binance. But honestly, fuck Binance. Fuck them. You don't have to use it. You don't have to comply with their request.
I never had an account there. In fact, that's one of the few places I've never had an account. It was Binance. But I've been Mt. Goxed. I've been Bitfinexed. I've been. Oh, that's another whole new. That's a whole nother topic.
Oh yeah,
But
we should talk about that too. But let me present the last two sponsors of this episode, and then we can get into other topics. So which one should I pick first? Let's pick nones.com, which is this peer-to-peer marketplace where the goal is to empower the global south. And the CEO, Ray Youssef, is previously known for Paxful, another exchange for which he was CEO, but that one was shut down for reasons which concern US regulations that he did not like. And now he has no ones, which is
I was a
pursuing.
market maker for him. I was a market maker on Paxful. I would loan Bitcoin to people that were, oh yeah, that, then they shut it down.
Do you know Ray?
I don't know, but I went to their site because you could put a little Bitcoin and you'd lend it out for like 2 or 3 days. It was DeFi before DeFi, and then we'd lend the Bitcoin, and I'd never lend it out for more than 2 or 3 days because there was risks involved, and then it was short term, and he gave Pax got 25% of of whatever we made, and then the API developers got 10%. So we, but it was interesting that I like that brought back a lot of memories. But it was like I always say, yeah, we did DeFi before DeFi.
Yeah, now he's running No Ones. It's noones.com. And he has this peer-to-peer marketplace where most of the traders are people from Africa, the Middle East, or South America. And it also has this fee structure, or what Ray calls everyone gets a seat at the table and everyone eats, because as you sell the coins down the line, there's a fee up until people who actually need it and they use it in their peer-to-peer daily economy. So if you're trading on No Ones, you're actually helping these people get access to coins that their governments cannot take away from them. And there's also a spot marketplace. There's also a debit card that you can use for spending. I don't think this works in the US at all. And this is part of the reason why Paxful was wound down. I don't think winded exists, so it's wound down.
It's wound down, yeah.
And yeah, noones.com, check it out. I think it's really interesting. And last but not least, there is SideShift, which is a platform for swapping coins. So if someone offers to pay you in USDT or USDC or these stable coins, and you're very much aware that they can be confiscated and seized and they're not as censorship resistant as Bitcoin, then it's a good idea possibly to swap these coins for BTC, for LTC, for ETH, for everything that you might be interested in, which is more decentralized and more resistant to censorship. And the way in which you can do it is to not even touch the stable coins. So you go to SideShift.ai, you choose, for example, the USDT to BTC pair, you paste your Bitcoin address, and then you're gonna receive a stablecoin address that you send to the person wanting to pay you in stablecoins. And there's gonna be a swap once they send out that transaction. You receive the BTC to your wallet, and you don't have to stress about anything else. The liquidity is pretty good, the fees are low. Check it out, it's sideshift.ai. I don't think they're available in the US, unfortunately.
I used to be I used to work with SideShift when they were in the US, and I liked
Are
it.
you sure
It
it
was
was SideShift and not ShapeShift?
oh, a ShapeShift is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Because some people confuse them.
yeah, that's what I
I
was thinking.
think ShapeShift was first, and then SideShift came later when ShapeShift started doing mandatory KYC. That's when SideShift started to get traction because it was the alternative without KYC.
Yeah. In fact, I still have it's on my wallet still. So I can't access, like, I have like $40 worth of something on there.
Maybe now it's
So
more than $40 because that was five,
I have
six
no
years
idea.
ago.
Yeah, that's true. It was dust of some sort of one of the coins.
It's
Uh,
good to keep an eye on this dust because you never
oh,
know.
oh yeah. What's crazy, back when we would transfer, it was always transferring 30 Bitcoin, 40 Bitcoin, 50 Bitcoin. Anything less than 1 Bitcoin, it was just like, what is this? It's just, we considered it dust. It was just, like if it was 0.9, I would I would worry about it. But if it was a point zero anything, I wouldn't even think about it. The thinking was so screwy, because we didn't see that, 0.08 might one day be worth thousands of dollars one day. We got so tunnel visioned in sending 50 Bitcoin or 100 Bitcoin or 30 Bitcoin, because that's the dollar value, was so low, you know. So yeah, it's certainly changed a lot, and I think I certainly hope that we have some sort of consensus, or at least some sort of consensus of, I know, uh, we, we're a lot of people are banking on the ETFs. They're all excited about when Ripple's getting their own ETF that's going to change the world for them, and I'm like, be careful what you wish for. It might be good in the short term, but you never know what the long term is going to bring. And I remember one thing about Bitcoin back from the early days. We were always, when will it be adopted by mainstream companies? That's what I always looked for. And then Michael Saylor showed up, and I'm like, oh, well, here we go. And he's done a lot of good things, for Bitcoin. Now, I'm sure there's other people who will say the opposite, but uh, I you know I but you think, Wall Street has to jump on the board somewhere, and for it to succeed. Yeah, I don't, well, maybe not. See, that's where I get caught up in my old thinking. Because back in the day, it was literally peer to peer, and the way if you wanted to turn it into dollars, it was like an act of God. You would have want the one exchange. It was so hard. In fact, it was easier to go into gift cards and swap it to put it on a gift card than it was to turn into dollars. The They're from Georgia, and how this is early on. We're talking 2011, and we would send. You could only send like up to $1,000 worth, or they had a low amount, and you would just send them the Bitcoin, right? In total trust. You just say okay, and then you gave them your mailing address, and they would mail you a postal money order. for the Bitcoin that you just sold them. And I mean, that, nope, I didn't hear of anybody getting screwed over, you know, and then we'd take the postal money order and cash it, you know. Then that's how we turned it into, you know, it would take like 2 weeks, you know, to do that. And
Did you also buy alpaca socks or some of these?
you know, I did. Oh, from Australia. I actually, and there was also a young kid here in Utah. I don't know what's happened to him. I know he got popular on Bitcoin Talk. He sold honey, and it was from Logan, Utah. And I was wondering what happened to that kid, because he got kind of popular on Bitcoin Talk, and people supported him, and he set up his own little site to sell, you know, honey, you know, because, you know, Bitcoin and bees, you know, kind of, you know, it's a lot of, you know, they go hand in hand. And so yeah, I bought honey from him. and that's, you know, that's how we transacted. You know,
What's some of the other stuff that you bought with Bitcoin? Do you remember?
Oh, I bought the alpaca sock. I bought oh, I bought a in fact, it was one of the first transactions. I bought 800 Bitcoin. It was worth like, it was like $600 or something. I can't remember the, and I was gonna buy it was when iPhones or iPads were just coming out, and Samsung tried to create their version of an iPad.
Yeah, the Galaxy Tab.
It failed. And so, and I was trying to get my hands on, they were selling them all really cheap for like $20 a piece, but you couldn't find them. And I found a guy who I thought I could trust, and he says, "Oh, I take Bitcoin." And I really did. It was one of my first transactions ever with Bitcoin. It was 700 or 800 of them. And I didn't trust him fully. I said, "Here, I'll send you half up front, then send me a few, you know, you send me a few, and then I'll send the rest." Well, I got ripped off. You know, of course it was a scam, but that was my first foray into Bitcoin, was those and I think, oh man, I would love to have those Bitcoin back. You know, but we didn't see it as, we didn't really see it as dollars. We saw it as a tool. You know, it's hard to describe. You can't, you know, because right now it's all about turning into Bitcoin into dollars. But back then, you really, you could, but that wasn't the goal. The goal was to transact in Bitcoin. You know, I did lots of, a lot of services. You know, oh, you need some help doing this? I'll help you with that technical service, and would pay in Bitcoin. You know, and that's how it was, you know, back then. It was more Bitcoin to Bitcoin transactions, and that's where I wish we would go more today. We've turned into a bunch of holders, which is, I guess, good in a way, but we're not spending it like we used to. You know, because back in 2011, Bitcoin would come out, go out, in and out, in and out. Now it comes in and it doesn't go out, because we're waiting for the number to go up. And you know, and so, you know, I don't know if it's hurt or helped or hurt us. But that's one big difference that I see is we as Bitcoiners, we should spend our Bitcoin as if it were, you know, rather than waiting for the dollar to go up, use it like it was intended to be used. and I don't know if we'll ever get to that point, because we all were waiting for that Bitcoin to hit $1 million, you know, and we get so focused on the dollar amount that we lose focus on what Bitcoin used to be and what Bitcoin should be, and which is a means of transaction, a means of trading this for a service. And I don't know, I've gone back and forth on this a lot. I think maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. But at the end of the day, you think, oh, I have so few Bitcoin left, or so little Bitcoin left. I hope I have enough to survive. I hope it doesn't crash by 80% like it has done in the past. And we're putting all our faith into that, the dollarized, which when you think about it, it's crazy, because Bitcoin was supposed to get us out of the dollar, because or stop thinking about dollars so much. Because I remember one of the early great conversation on Bitcoin Talk that I had. Somebody brought up the fact that, oh, one day we're gonna send 0.00 1,000 satoshis. In fact, I don't even know we called them satoshis back then. We're gonna send 1,000 satoshis to pay our rent. And I remember that conversation thinking, at the time, I go, that's crazy. Bitcoins are supposed to be sent in multiples of 10. And we never, and I don't know if we've changed, or or if the government forced us to change. Did Wall Street come in, and change it for us? So I don't know. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Because I feel, I still feel Bitcoin is still Bitcoin, but I do feel that there's a little bit of disconnect somewhere. I can't put my finger on it, but but I still feel the roots of Bitcoin are there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And sometimes I also rant about the fact that adoption a few years ago was much bigger. As in, we had Dell, and we had Expedia, and we had Microsoft, and we had Steam, and a bunch of these online stores that actually accepted Bitcoin peer-to-peer. And now there's less of it. Actually, there's more of the gift card exchanges that you can actually find for being able to shop on Amazon or whatever. So we sort of reverted to a different model. The adoption was not just slowed down, but removed as part of the goal, because now you're not supposed to spend your Bitcoin, you're not supposed to use it for anything which involves money transactions. You just hold it and then you borrow money against it. And to me, this never made much sense.
Yeah, and see, and I never thought I would feel that way, because I always, but Bitcoin is so hard to keep, and it's so hard, each Bitcoin is so precious now, and and maybe it's the fact that there's so few of them. And granted, that gives it most of its allure, the scarcity. So you can break it down to 100 million Satoshi. So that really shouldn't be an issue. I don't know what the answer is, but I hope that we use it as money, and I hope that a layer two, maybe Lightning will surprise us somehow. Maybe they'll come out with a neater, cooler way, but I don't know. I get disenfranchised. I still have faith, but I still get worried. Especially my wife. She goes, "Oh, what if Bitcoin totally fails and the little bit that we do have becomes worthless?" And or it won't be worthless, but it's a weird feeling when your whole life has been wrapped around Bitcoin for the last 13 years. And and when I started out, I thought, oh, because I think, like I've said this before, I always thought Bitcoin would be easy to obtain. Like, we'd always be able to mine it. Would always be able to keep adding to our. But in 2013, that's when I noticed, oh, it's getting tougher to keep. It's tougher to mine. It's not like you know, with a little set of miners, you can mine 100 Bitcoin in a month fairly easily. And then it got 2013 where that same setup was like a half a Bitcoin or less. And then it got less and less and less. And so it got, wait a minute. So now I'm gonna have to pay thousands of dollars for that same Bitcoin, you know. So I think it's a mixture of everything. Um, but yeah, it's been, man, it's been quite the journey. And the thing is that we're still early. We're still so new. You know, we're still Bitcoin's only 15 years old. And
No, it's 16. Will be 17 in
oh
January.
yeah, okay, yeah. To me it's I always have to add a few years because I remember thinking Bitcoin's only 2 or 3 years old. But yeah, I hope that we get some sort of consensus someday, or at least a road, uh, you know, that we can go down, that we don't have so much contention. And you know, you know, instead of all these different projects coming out, focus on a Bitcoin project that will help Bitcoin, instead of Solana helping, you know, help whatever they're trying to do, or you know, Ripple, whatever they're trying to do. I don't know. It's, you know, it you know, Bitcoin created a whole new industry, you know, blockchain, and I guess it's one of those things we have to live with, um, and hope that we hope we end up on the other side intact.
Oh, you can
uh,
also look at it the other way, that Satoshi gave us the blueprint for creating our own money system, which means that anyone can basically take the code and deploy this on the internet and convince others that they should use this currency, which leads to a competition and leads to a market like the one that we see today. Like,
yeah,
it's sort of obvious that in order for Bitcoin to be successful, it needed to be trusted. And for this trust to be earned, the code had to be open source. And open source means that anyone can use it for any purpose, to modify, to change stuff about it, to run it for every purpose imaginable. So, of course, we have a blockchain industry. We have people thinking of ways to use this technology for different kinds of ways. And of course, the original is hard to beat. But at the same time, I do think that in these 16 years, there are some interesting ways in which people figured out how to use Bitcoin. Anyway, you mentioned earlier in this interview that you already knew about Bitcoin when you discovered the Silk Road. And when was the first time you read about Bitcoin? Because a lot of people I know, they say they have learned about Bitcoin because of the Silk Road. But
yeah,
you knew about it before the Silk Road. So
yeah,
how
yep,
did that happen?
yeah. Um, it, I knew, I didn't know who Adam Back was, but I knew of Hashcash, and I knew of eGold, and so I always kind of followed him, and I, for some reason, I was in a news feed of some sort of Hashcash and eGold, and then something came up, and it said something about Bitcoin, and I looked at it for, oh, just a few seconds, and there's something about the double spend problem or something, and I go, I didn't even know what that issue was, and so it went one in there out the other, and I was like, read a little blurb about it, and that was it. And then when I found out about Silk Road, they said, oh, they use Bitcoin, and I go, oh, I remember reading about that. It had something to do with eGold or something, and it and it and then I thought, oh yeah, so I got to check that out. So that was the catalyst, was to go to go to the Silk Road to check out Bitcoin. So I found that that was, Bitcoin was the first thing in my mind. Silk Road was not in my mind. Does that make sense? So I did it kind of in the reverse way. But you know, but soon as like I said, when I started going down the rabbit hole of Bitcoin, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is what will change. This is what will change humanity. If this works like they say it's going to work, but then like I said before, me and a lot of other people, we had our doubts about, is it really secure? Is it really? And that's when people on Silk Road, these people that were programmers, they would convince me, say, no, this is secure. This is why. And they teach me about cryptography, because I didn't know anything about cryptography. I didn't, and that's why that guy took me down the PGP rabbit hole to show me how it can't be changed, how it can't be manipulated, how it, and so as time went on, I got more faith in Bitcoin. At the beginning, I had none. I was like, this could be a government psyop operation. They're just, that seriously, that came across my mind at the very beginning of Silk Road. I thought, oh my gosh, the government's running an operation here, and they're using this Bitcoin thing as a tool to get our information somehow. Well, that got nixed really, when didn't take too long for me to figure that wasn't the case. And then I just kept asking questions, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is something pretty cool. This is something special. And it probably took me over a year of doing this. So it really didn't click until probably 2012 that, okay, Bitcoin is here to stay, and it's going to it's going to change our lives. And I think it has. A lot of people, there's a lot of people that have lost a lot of money. There are a lot of scammers, and I've been a victim of a hack myself, which was, I should have known better, but you one little stupid mistake, all it takes. And but I've learned a lot, and Silk Road was, my family, oh, don't talk about it. But I'm like, hey, Silk Road is yes, things we did on Silk Road shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have. I know the mistakes that I made. I get it. But I'm grateful for the opportunity that I had, because it helped me realize that Bitcoin is needed. That's, I didn't realize we needed Bitcoin. We need Bitcoin more than Bitcoin needs us. That's for dang sure. And as long as it's used for the right tool, for the right purpose, we're good. So so Silk Road, I think it's a bad rap a lot of the time, because they focus on, the drugs, which you kind of have to agree with it. Yeah, that's why a lot of people went there. But like I always say, yeah, people went to Silk Road probably for the drugs, but they stayed for the Bitcoin. And that's what I'm forever grateful for, because education was key for me back then, and there was really no place except for Bitcoin Talk to learn about Bitcoin. And there was a few little books that were coming out. I think Andreas had something out. He did something early on. A few other people wrote little books. I can't remember the names were, but there really wasn't a place to discuss. And like the Silk Road, it was awesome to be able to talk about where Bitcoin was headed, and what it was interesting to hear what other people thought about Bitcoin. And some people thought it was going to be dead within a couple of years. Just like today, over the last few years, Bitcoin was supposed to be dead 100,000 times by now. people thought it would be shut down by the government, which I personally thought that too. I thought, oh, this can't be too hard for the government to go in and shut down. But it survived, and I'm just, so yeah, Silk Road was very pinnacle in the history of Bitcoin. And I don't know if I've never really talked to Ross about it. I don't know if that's what he intended. I think he just used Bitcoin as a tool. He thought, oh, we can do this because this helps with anonymity and it probably took him a while to go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole too. Just like we all did. We all had to have our aha moments. And I'm sure he had his. And just like I had mine, like you've had yours, but yeah, I hope I can help people in some way, education wise, get, and that, and I'll be speaking out more about my time on Silk Road, because not all, well, there's some things, most of it was good things, one of the things that DPR always wanted to do, he always talked about how how he wanted to change the world for the good. Like one of his ideas was he wanted to put clean water devices in Africa to help. He had all these great ideas that he was going to use the funding for to help all the disadvantaged. So he really did have some great ideas, and unfortunately they didn't get implemented. But yeah, Silk Road was a great idea. It just was implemented probably not in the best way. And I think, I don't want to speak for Ross or anything, but we all, he has his regrets, I'm sure, just like I have my regrets on certain things. But I'm just grateful for the one thing I can say about Bitcoiners is they're awesome people. I have very rarely met a Bitcoiner that I didn't immediately connect with. And I think that's one of the things that helped on Silk Road, that we all had this commonality, and that was Bitcoin. It wasn't drugs. It wasn't anything. It was Bitcoin. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what we talked about the most. Yes, there was the forum. Yes, we talked about other things. Yes, we did. Yeah, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. But we really, most of us on the site we just wanted to see Bitcoin succeed. And at the beginning, it wasn't like that. It was used as like the first 6 months or so, 6-9 months, it was just a tool. And then slowly people started talking more about how Bitcoin can change the world, and how we thought, oh yeah, okay. Then we started going down the Satoshi route, looking at his emails that he had and what did he try to do. And and I fortunately, I was able to correspond one time with him. I asked him a mining question.
Oh, interesting. So you spoke with Satoshi.
Yeah, one time. Yeah, it was an email. It was like February or March. It was right before he left. And
so 2010?
2011. 2011. It was right before he left. It was I had a mining question, and the response that he came back was just in capital letters, no. That was the answer to my question.
You still have that?
No, it was in my. Everything that I used back then was on my. Went through Tor, and the government has my computer. It was, the government seized it, and so I can't read. My whole life was on that computer. So email,
it's been a long time. Can't you request that they publish it?
You know, I've talked to somebody that knows about how to get that stuff back, but it can take years and decades and tons of money. But boy, I would love to have that computer back. Oh my gosh, would there be a lot of gold? I mean, all our communications between my early stuff there. I fortunately kept I kept a couple thumb drives uh, about Silk Road that I made sure that I wanted to save, and they weren't anything great, but I wish I would have, you know, did, taken a lot of correspondence or copied the emails, because the email that I used was a Tor based email system. They used PGP, you know, so of course everything that had to do with that email was on that computer. So you had a private key, and that key was connected to the computer. You know what I mean? So if I didn't have that computer, I'm screwed. So I would love to get that computer. In fact, that's going to be one of my goals, is to subpoena. Um, I would love to get my computer back. When they thought I stole the Bitcoin, they took my cell phone away from me because they wanted to go through it to make sure that I try to figure out if I stole the Bitcoin. And when they handed me back my cell phone, I said, "Where was my computer?" And they looked at each other, and they said, "Oh, we think it's gone." And I'm like, "Oh crap!" And then it dawned on me. Shaun Bridges, I think, stole it. I think he was using it as his computer when he was arrested. He scraped off the serial number, so I may never get it back. You know, because who knows where it ended up. Because if I was an agent like Shaun Bridges, and he could have access to my computer, that's a perfect alibi. You know, he has my computer now, so that would make sense to why he would want it. But yeah, But one thing that I found interesting is that the guys that came barreling down my door, who busted in my door, they had Bakalovs on. You know, I had red dots, you know, going through the windows. And Carl Force was there, Shaun Bridges was there, and a couple other DA agents. But I find it ironic that out of all those, the guys that came arrested me ended up in prison, but I didn't. I've always found that to be a real weird thing to think about. Um, you know, a good thing,
I've
but
always been curious if these guys who stole Bitcoins from Silk Road users basically appropriated some of the Bitcoin because they assumed that the government was not gonna care about it. Did they keep it? Or did they get to use it? Or did it go to the US government? And as far as I know, guys like Tim Draper bought some of the Silk Road Bitcoins and they own it currently.
yeah, Tim Draper, he bought the Bitcoin that were on the servers that belonged to Silk Road. Shaun Bridges, uh, he stole those 30,000 Bitcoin. Those went into his wallet. He dispersed them, you know, put them in multiple different wallets, and the government, some of those, it ended up in the government's coffers. Most of them did, and so I don't. So either the government has it or they sold them off, and then the Bitcoin that was stolen from me, I can't remember the amount that was stolen, but it was all the Bitcoin that I had. I would guess it was probably in the low hundreds, 2 to 3, 400 Bitcoin. That it was my Bitcoin. You know, it was what I was. You know, it's all the Bitcoin I had, and Carl Force. Uh, uh, I had a Mount Gox account, and while we were up there, he transferred right out of my Mount Gox account right into his personal account, and then so they dollarized it, you know, and see, and I had to find this out by going through court records. No, they didn't come and tell me, "Oh, Carl Force ripped you off, you're going to get paid back." I had to find out by going through court documents, and and they dollarized it, and so it, they put the dollar value from back for when he stole it. So this, this was only worth a few $100s back then, and so he owed me, I think, $2,800. I want to say, out of all that. I'm like, oh, it makes me sick, because I know I would have kept most of those Bitcoin. I obviously I would have sold some, but I know I would have kept them. I would have, because I'm just that way. But yeah, it was. I learned a lesson of hard knocks, but like other people have pointed out, I put myself in that situation, so I really, you know, I so I do blame myself a little bit, but you know, but Carl Forrest and Sean Bridges, they really did some. They manipulated not only me, they manipulated Ross big time. I don't know if you've ever gone down that rabbit hole or not, but
I did. I was gonna ask you about it because there's this story where they made you basically ingest soup and puke it out so that they could
oh
take pictures and send them to Ross and claim that you're being tortured and they were trying to extort Ross of his Bitcoin.
yeah, what that was they the 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 Bitcoin was stolen on that Friday night, and that we know Sean Bridges was the agent who stole it. And when and this is where it gets the waters get muddied. Um, I got blamed for stealing the Bitcoin, and uh, and Sean Brit and so and DPR found out. He said, I just want him back. And what the government told me, they said, hey, he just wants the money back. He wants you roughed up. And so that's what they took photos of me. Then they later said, they called me up 2 days later, which was very suspect. And they said, oh, the order has changed from just beating you up to have you killed. And I'm like, I thought they were kidding. And they said, and so I was really fearful for my life, or not for me, but for my family. And he says, and he said, I said, well, how do we get out of this? How do we fix it? And he says, well, we need to get a picture of you being dead. And I'm like, okay. So my wife came up with the idea of getting Campbell's chicken soup, and we recreated the scene that from the hotel, where I was being dunked. It's hard to tell the difference between a bathtub's a bathtub. So we took pictures that were kind of close, and I I pretended like I was dead with chicken soup all over me, um and and I sent it over to him, to Carl Force and Sean Bridges. Imagine that. And they said, oh, these photos are fantastic, they'll work great. And so that was and so that was to help their ruse more than anything. um so yeah, but yeah, it came down to, and then Carl Force ran scams on the side against DPR. He was holding him, saying, hey, I have information about this. If you don't pay me so many Bitcoin, I'll let it up. But he did it under different guise of different people, because he was so he knew a lot about this the the investigation. And so he was manipulating him in a big way. And in fact, one of the emails came across, he says, I know you killed Curtis Green. uh and it was Carl Force trying to extort DPR out of more money. And I don't know how many Bitcoin they got out of him, but both. I don't know if Sean Bridges extorted money out of him, but I know Carl Force did. That's what he was charged with, was that extortion, I believe. And I think he served 6 years. Sean Bridges, he was originally sentenced to 6 or 7 years, but then but he wasn't truthful with the amount of Bitcoin that he stole. I guess they found like 3 or 4,000 more Bitcoin, than what he admitted to stealing later on. So they added 2 more years to his sentence. And so, yeah, it was, it was quite the time to, I had to testify in San Francisco, at Bridges sentencing. I never had to testify in Carl Force's because he just pled guilty and just took his lumps. But Shaun Bridges fought it a little bit, and so I had to go testify down in San Francisco. But yeah, it 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 wasn't all peaches and cream by any means. It was I personally I went through a lot of hell. Um, uh, I contemplated things that I shouldn't have contemplated. Um, and I'm glad all that didn't happen. But it was a rough time. And but it all worked out at the end, like it should have, I hope. But I just uh the only thing I can do is move forward um and tell people of there. I mean, it's so ironic. There's so many things that went on with the Silk Road. In all the different contests and cool things that happened. I mean, just that I wish some people there's been a few books written about some of the things that went on, uh, but what it came down to was the site was a freedom site. That's what it was. Were there mistakes? Do we make some mistakes along the way? Absolutely. Um, I'm like I said, I've made tons of mistakes. I'm assuming a lot of the other admins will say the same thing, that they made mistakes. Um, and but all you can do is uh, learn from your mistakes and move on. I can't go back and change anything. Um, as much as I'd like to, I wish I could go back and say, let me undo this, let me undo that, but I can't. Um, uh, and so all I can do is take the good things and move forward, and and that's where I'm at today. Uh, you know, and I and I and 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 that's where I always thought a pardon would be the answer, and it might be. I'm still looking down that route, like I said earlier. Um, I like to get my rights back again, because it's dumb. I mean, when you think about it, all I was doing was working on a stupid website. You know, eh, for them to not to take my civil liberties away, it just doesn't make sense. It's not like I didn't kill anybody, I didn't hurt anybody, I didn't steal anything. All I did was change usernames and help with the website. And a lot of things people don't realize is I created the site's wiki. Um,
Oh, that's interesting. Because
yeah,
on the wiki, you could find information about how to get your first Bitcoin even.
you get on the site on Silk Road. Yeah, so I
And
actually create.
I think there was also a section about mixers, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, yeah. What I did is I created a template because I couldn't do everything. I and I and I caught a lot of crap. They said, "Oh, all you did was copy and paste Wikipedia," and I said, "Well, of course. I'm only one person. It's up to you guys to go change it, to go add to it, and make it." And so that's what happened. But yeah, I'm the one who it was DPR that came up, asked me to do it, and that was my first really paid gig. I did that in late 2011, I think, is when I created the wiki. And it was on the forums, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I learned a lot from doing that. It was technically over my head, but I figured it out and and learned from it, and a lot of copy and pasting, and uh, but yeah, what it's yeah, there was a lot of learning how to mixing, and I'd never really went. I really didn't care about that sort of thing. I just whatever. Um, but yeah, there was pretty much. They always say, "Oh, it was the wild, wild west," which it was in a way, but it still had the rules. You could not harm a third party. And so it wasn't lawless. It was, we conformed to what we thought human beings should be good to others. We shouldn't hurt other people. You could not harm. Uh, I remember I actually got rid of this guy's account. Um, he was one of the. I didn't ban too many people, but I banned this guy, and he kept coming back somehow. I don't know how he did that, but he sold fake coupons for on uh, whatever site. He would change the code on it and made it better than what it was, and and we, as soon as we saw that, we thought, no, he's harming a third party like Walmart or whoever. So it was an automatic nix. You know, it, so it wasn't a lawless place. It still had its rules to go by, and um, but yeah, I could go on forever about Silk Road.
I'm
That's
also
for sure.
curious because, no, first of all, let me acknowledge the fact that we have had more than 1,300 people tuning into the live stream at this point, which is amazing. Thank you guys, you are heroes, and I'm happy that you get to listen to this story. Secondly, I gotta tell you, Curtis, that you forgot to retweet this
Oh,
stream. You retweeted something else, which I
I did.
saw on your profile, but would be cool if people saw this also on your
Okay.
page. And
I'll go to your. We go to your.
over the last 20 minutes or so, you kept mentioning DPR, and that's obviously Dread Pirate Roberts, who was the creator of the Silk Road. And I want to ask you, to your knowledge, how many people were actually behind that account? Was it only Ross, or how would you
Uh,
even know who's behind it? Because as
yeah,
far as I know, part of his defense was that he wasn't the only person running the account, and while he was in jail, there were people basically writing messages from that account, which proved that he was not the only one behind it.
yeah, that's uh, which is kind of funny. Um, which is kind of funny. Uh, I we don't know. There was only one person that really had the keys, right? But there were other people that acted on on DPR's behalf. So so there definitely could have been other DPRs, but there was really only one DPR that ran the show, if that makes sense. Um, uh, but I you know I I dealt with the person that I dealt with seemed to be the same person all the way through. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, so there
I
was consistency. Do you believe that it
very
was Russell Bricht all the time?
well, that that's I'm trying to retweet this here, but yeah, yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm trying to um put together in my head, but until unless Ross comes out and talks about it, that's up to him. We'll never know exactly how you know I do know how things there was a different place for programmers where they would upload the program, and then it was viewed by one or two people, and the main guy who I would consider the bad guy, his name was Variety Jones, and which is kind of he was the guy that was if you put an angel on one side and the devil on the other side of your head, he was the devil. And he uh would definitely, reading through some of his chats, um uh he definitely was not a good person. And I actually talked to his sister not too long ago, and she even said, she goes, Ross is definitely not a criminal. You are definitely not a criminal, but my brother, he's a criminal. and and I found that ironic that she would say that. Whether she really believes that, I don't know. But
Wait, but
um,
criminal how? What does that refer to?
he was the, if you go through all the chats and you read all the, because the one thing that DPR kept, he kept a log of all of his chats, and they got published. And I can't remember, I don't know if the site still has them. And everything that was not above water, that was iffy, it all came from this Variety Jones guy. It was where you could tell that DPR was a naive younger kid. And this guy's, he's, in fact, he's older than me. I think he turned 70 pretty soon. So he he was the one who, and when I see the time frame when he got involved, that's when I saw a systematic change in the Silk Road administration side of it. So I think he had something to do with all these, these bad things that you hear of the murder for hire stuff and all these other things. He was neck deep into it, I believe. I mean, I'm just going off the chats that I've read. I, I, I think I had one conversation with him on Silk Road that I recall, but it was no big deal. It was just on the forums. And I had no idea he was DPR's basically right hand man. I mean, he was the guy that, like I said, he gave all the bad juju. He was the one who said, "Oh, you can't do this. You should do it by this way." He went down the dark path. This is probably the best way I can describe it. Um, but you know, but yeah, those, and then you add in the agents. Oh my gosh, there was so much manipulation going on, and between the agents and DPR and Ron, you didn't know, you wouldn't know what's up. Well, because he was getting hit by all sorts of different angles, um and uh and then there was a lot of infighting on the Silk Road side. The vendors didn't like the percentage, a lot of political stuff going on. They thought they were being, they didn't like this because the site charged a percent for escrow. They didn't like that, and so DPR had to he was trying to keep everybody happy, which you can't do. It's impossible to keep everybody happy. And I think that's where this Variety Jones guy stepped in. He took over, and he was basically the muscle. If that's probably the best way to term him. He was the muscle of the site. and and he yeah, reading through all the chats, I'm sure I kept him somewhere. I know I saved him somewhere on some hard drive. But I had to dig through court documents, because that's the only place you could really find them. And on they mostly on Carl Force and Sean Bridges uh, trials. And so um, uh, but yeah, but yeah, many people don't talk about him, Variety Jones. Um, uh, and I don't know why he I don't know why he doesn't come out and talk more about it.
He got arrested.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why.
he's still serving. He still has 7 more years of his sentence, uh, and so he won't get out until he's 70 something years old. And which, I feel bad that somebody has to serve that long. Um, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't come out and say, I deserve clemency because of this, or he just keeps quiet. So maybe he is
I'm
guilty.
reading his Wikipedia page, and it says that, among other things, he was the one to suggest the first alleged murder for hire.
Yeah, yeah. It was yes. He was the one who pushed that.
Were
He was the
you
one.
the first case of the murder for hire?
Yeah, yeah. There was three of them that I recall. There the other two were Canadian. The other two were from Canada. Hell's they were a biker group that
Hells Angels, yeah.
Hell's Angels. Yeah, they were. They were just basically pulling a scam. But yeah, as far as the chats that I read, it was this Variety Jones was the one. It says, "Oh," he says, when are we going to put up? When are we done putting up with somebody's shit or something like that regarding me? Thinking I stole 30,000 Bitcoin, and which I was totally innocent of. I didn't. I didn't. It was these agents that stole it. So so they went down. Uh, you know, and so he just went. He didn't put up much of a fight. He just went to prison, and I haven't heard anything about him. I've heard from his sister. Once she just, like I said, she just told me that I wasn't a criminal, Ross wasn't a criminal, but her brother is definitely a criminal. I just found that ironic, um, and that really says a lot right there. Because we just had a vision. The site had one vision was for freedom and take the thumb off the government off of control away, so we can get some control back. And this Variety Jones character took it a little bit far. I mean, in fact, some of the chats were quite funny, actually, going through them. Um, you said, so when if you're ever in prison, I'll run a helicopter and come down and sweep down and pick you up from the yard, and we'll go off into the sunset or something like that. And that post always resonated with me. I thought, well, I wonder if he's ever going to get Ross out of prison, because he talked about it. But yeah, the people really, there really hasn't been a good story done about Silk Road yet. Like Hollywood did their version. Um, a writer from Australia, I can't remember her name. She wrote a book and she interviewed a couple of the admins from Silk Road, and and I'd like to reconnect with those guys and see where they're at today, and see what their thinking was back then. And because in fact, one of the admins, uh, when they were discussing what should happen with me, one of the admins said, "I'll go knock him off," meaning me. And well, you had to go visit his grandmother. This is when Variety Jones was talking. They were in a discussion group, and so yeah, it's what really happened. I don't know because I wasn't a part of those discussions. All I can do is read the transcripts, you know. But um, but I do know that there was a lot of government involvement, and when the government gets involved, you're not gonna hear the truth. You're not gonna hear 100% of the truth. Um, because like
But
I
I'm
said,
actually curious if you got in contact with Ross to clarify what happened, because basically you're testimony about the events is the reason why the charges for murder for hire were dropped against him. They were part of his trial, and once you got involved and you said that you believe he's a good human being and
Oh,
he
yeah. The guy I knew wouldn't have done that. That's why I always thought the charges were suspect, and I still don't know what the truth is, but all I can do is read the transcripts from the court documents, and that's what I suggest. People, because I can't, I can't say, did this happen? Did this really happen? Because all I can do is get conjecture from the transcripts and make my own opinion. And I know BitMEX did a wonderful article last April.
I'm actually interviewing him on Monday, so I'm gonna let him know that you appreciate his article.
Oh, very much so, because he put out, I mean, I know he said, hey, where's Curtis's pardon? And then when Ross got all this Bitcoin, he said, hey, where's Curtis's Bitcoin? And of course, it's all tongue in cheek. But he has a point a little bit, not, but yeah, and in fact, I reposted they go down the rabbit hole a little bit about those murder for hires, the BitMEX guys. So I mean, people can make their own opinion on that. Read what they wrote, and but yeah, what from the get-go, I've always said, Ross, whether guilt, innocent, or whatever, his sentence that he received was crazy high. It was, even if he was guilty of it, it was way too much. And so that's where I've always stood. I've always said, man, no matter what your stance is on whether you like Silk Road or you hate Silk Road, the 2 life sentences plus 40 years was way overkill. So that's always been my stance on that. But to get pinned down on, did he do it? No, he didn't. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Unfortunately, you're still here.
But I'm still, yes, that's the important thing. That I'm still here. I'm still talking. And it was kind of funny how, they made it sound like I was in all this danger, but they certainly didn't seem scared of it. And I'm like, then, so if they're not scared, then maybe it's all made up. They had too much control. So I went back and forth the first 2 or 3 years. I'll admit, there was one point where I thought, oh, Ross did this 100%, he's guilty. And then I would flip. I would say, oh my gosh, there's no way he did it. It was these agents, 100%. Then I'd flip again. And so I just came to the conclusion is that, I'll never know the exact truth. And does it really matter? We all know, the premise of it. We do know that they were trying to protect the site. We do know, and that's the other crazy thing. I think I've talked about it before, how I didn't think what we were doing was so illegal, and it wasn't until about 1.5 years into it, I'm thinking, I think what we're doing is not very. This is probably really pretty bad. And every time I would go to quit, or not necessarily quit, but say, you know what, I'm gonna step away from it, I thought, I'll do it next week. I'll do it in a month from now, because I was getting, I was making a couple, that's how I was surviving, was, my salary. So, so so I always put it on the back burner. And then again, I thought, what are we doing? I know it may sound so crazy to a person that just knows a little, that hasn't gone down that rabbit hole, but it 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 doesn't seem, when you think about what we did, you think, we didn't sell anything. The site didn't sell a thing. All we did was we created a forum so people could do that. The vendors, because that, I always thought, man, I can't believe those vendors have the balls to ship marijuana, whatever have you, across. I mean, they're taking a huge risk. And I always thought, man, those guys are ballsy. Man, I would never do that. Oh my gosh, those guys are crazy. And so I thought those guys were the ones who were taking the risk. But when it all came down to it, everybody that went to, there was a few vendors that were taken down, but it was the site administrators that were really targeted. And that really threw me for a loop, because I didn't think what we were doing was so bad. And granted, that was, my thinking wasn't quite, I wasn't thinking clearly, obviously, but that's been my opinion. Looking back, I see all my thinking errors, or most of them, and I see where, oh yeah, I should have stepped away here or there, but I didn't. Was it greed? Possibly. I mean, I didn't get rich. That's for darn sure. Like I said, we only got paid in Bitcoin terms. It would seem like a lot, but I turned it into dollars, or of some, as fast as I could, do it. Because
Yeah, but even if you kept the bitcoins, they would get stolen by
yeah,
the DA agent.
yep, exactly. And that's how I justify everything. I think, well, even if I did keep everything, it would have been taken. It would have been taken from me. Just because I was so naive. They had my computer, and the keys were on there anyway. But I did have a Yuba key that you needed to have to get into the Mt. Gox account. So I could have protected it somehow,
Oh, thank you,
but
Mark Harpellis, for that one. It was a genius idea.
oh
After the
yeah,
second hack, I think.
yeah. Oh, I remember the hack. It was in June or July of of 2011. The site went down, and they crashed Bitcoin down to 1 cent or something crazy, and they shut it down, and then everything on Silk Road had to stop, because that's how people bought their Bitcoin, was through Mt. Gox. And so when Mt. Gox went down, they went down a few times. Then we'd have to kind of shut down, because we couldn't, almost every transaction went through Mt. Gox. But yeah, it was a crazy time, and it's something that, people will say, well, how could you ever get rid of those Bitcoin, or how could you not protect them with your life? And you're like, well, we didn't have the faith. We were still learning. We were green. We were wet behind the ears. We didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know what we had. We just saw it as a means to get a dollar. We thought, oh, Bitcoin's at $1.50. Ooh, good. It's up from $1.20. I'm gonna hurry up and sell and make my 30-cent profit. That was the mentality. And there was a few people that were trying to hoard it, but those people that were hoarding it, they were already wealthy. The guys that were struggling, that were guys like me, who didn't have a penny to their name, and we would try to get, and it would come in and it would go out. It would come in, it would go out. and the guys that were smart, or the lucky guys, were the ones that didn't have to worry about paying bills, and they were able to stack and not have and just let it ride out. And
I've also heard
and
stories of people who wanted to buy drugs on Mt. Gox, and for some reason they forgot. So they bought the Bitcoin, but they forgot to use the Bitcoin, and then a few years later they remembered that they have it because they saw the price going up, and
yeah,
they could still access it, and they realized that they're rich.
yeah, oh yeah, that happened. That happened a lot because they would go. They always planned to go buy their marijuana. They would go buy 10 Bitcoin, because you never would just buy $10. You would buy 10 Bitcoin. Just, and then that 10 Bitcoin, you only spent two, and then you either kept it on Mt. Gox, because you either kept Mt. Gox, or we use Silk Road as a wallet, because it was just easier back then. And you were, either way you were screwed, because either Mt. Gox was either hacked, or the Silk Road was taken off the site from the government. So neither one was a really good. Neither one were good options. But yeah, I've heard of many stories of Bitcoiners, or not Bitcoiners, but people that used the site and bought and forgot about it, and then Mt. Gox made the news. They said, "Oh yeah, I think I might have a few Bitcoin on there." And then they turn around, and 2 or 3 years later, they bought it for $2 or $3. Then it's worth $10,000. And they pull it out. And so yeah, I've heard many stories like that. And um, but the real winners are the Mt. Gox people that are there's now getting paid. They had to wait 10 years, but it was kind of a forced hold. They only got, I think they got 18.9% of their Bitcoin back, or that's what they're getting it back. But who cares? It's like 18.9%. Because most of the people would have probably turned it into dollars by now. And so it was kind of a force, like I said, it was a forced hold. And so 18% now is much better than 100% back in 2014. I mean, Bitcoin was what? $1,500? What was even that? No, if it was 14, it was in the hundreds.
Yeah,
So
there was the bear market after 13,
yeah.
maybe
So
$400.
yeah. So, but they probably got it at less than $1. So even, but then I don't know if you remember. I remember they were out there. Mark Capellas, they were saying, "Where's our Bitcoin?" With the signs and
Oh, yeah, it's
what.
a popular meme actually. I don't think a lot of the new Bitcoiners know it. I know it because I'm a nerd. I was not involved in Bitcoin at the time, but there was this guy who went with a sign that said,
Yeah,
"Where's our money?" And Mark Carpellis had this fancy frappuccino or something in his hand, and he walked up to the offices, and it was that picture that sort of was taken from the recording, and it was presented as this man who's protesting outside, and then there's this French guy who's walking with his fancy coffee, going to his fancy building, and not caring about the customer. I
yeah,
think that was a powerful image at the time, and it
yeah,
became a meme. I
yeah.
have an NFT on Bitcoin. It's called Spells of Genesis. It's a large collection, and it's basically a reenactment of that scene, but using fictional characters like a wizard and something else. Someone sent that to me. I don't remember exactly who sent it to me, but I still have it in my Counterparty wallet. I'm actually curious. Counterparty came out in 2014. You were still working on Silk Road in 2014. Did you come up with novel ways of using these Bitcoin issued assets?
Oh well, it was kind of ironic. There was a site on Bitcoin Talk called GLBSE. I can't remember what the GL stood for, but the SE was stock exchange. And what they did was they tokenized businesses. And I remember it was big money. I mean, there would be one business that raised like $300,000, and I followed that site, and I thought, man, I wish I had money. I would, because but then I thought, oh, it'll be taken down because it's kind of like an illegal stock market. And but that was 2011, 2012, and so they were way ahead of their time.
What was it
The
called once again?
GL, GLBSE, and it
GLBS.
was it. And I don't know if it was the IRS or the SEC. They went to the guy who was he was an English. He was from the UK, and they said, "Hey, wind down your site, give everybody their Bitcoin back, and you won't go to jail. We'll pretend it never happened." And that's what happened. They did a wind down, and everybody got back their Bitcoin like they should have, and they wound it down. But I thought, what a great idea GLBSC was. It was, they were way ahead of their time.
Yeah,
And
before DeFi, before all of this
yeah,
stuff. And there was also MPEX. I'm not sure if you remember it.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, there was. So DeFi just happened to come at the right time. They had more adoption, I guess. They had more. But tokenizing real world assets is definitely not a new thing. It was in Bitcoiners' minds from the beginning, and attempts were made. It just, government shut them down, or other reasons were shut down. But yeah, I totally forgot about GLBSC when you brought that up. Like, that's GLBSC. But yeah, it was on Bitcoin Talk. They had their own site on Bitcoin Talk. They had their own forum, I believe, and they had all these businesses all around the world. That's how they got their funding, and you would own a piece of that company, and it was paid, and it was all in Bitcoin. And so, yeah,
Yeah,
that was
it's really amazing because at the time, everyone who had Bitcoin was on Bitcoin Talk. And they had all of these community projects, like even something small with lotteries or something that
yeah,
people were organizing just to get more transactions out there, get people to use Bitcoin. Someone in the chat asked if the person behind
GLBS.
GLBSE, which is the Global Bitcoin Stock Exchange, that's
Okay,
what it stood for. So there's an article from 2012 on Bitcoin Magazine that announces that it shut down. Someone in the chat named Alex Coglan, I guess that's how you pronounce it. He asked if it was Amir Taki who was running that. No, Amir Taki was running Britcoin, which was another exchange. GLBSC was launched by someone named James McCarthy, who was known as Nefario in the forums.
Yes, that's it. You're right. Yep, I remember that name. Yeah. Oh, brings back memories. Yeah. That. But I really thought that idea was. In fact, I remember calling my brother up because he was running a business here, and I thought, man, maybe this is a way you can raise money to get your business. And then he said, well, is it legal? And I started thinking, you know what? I guarantee you, has the stock exchange rules. I guarantee you, it wouldn't be kosher. And of course, I kind of looked at it a little bit, and I was right. It would have never flown legally here in the United States. Maybe somewhere else, but definitely not here. But yeah, there was a few forward thinkers back then, and of course the adoption rate was so low. You know, it, you know, but now if somebody were to start it up, well, there's probably another coin that does it now. You don't
I think all of
need.
these markets are on Ethereum and Solana right now.
Yeah,
Pretty much everything. Like even companies, even commodities, like you can trade. I remember this was on MPEX that you could trade sugar, cocoa, gold, silver, all of these commodities using Bitcoin. And they also had some sort of counterparty assets that they used to represent these markets. And the guy behind MPEX was named Mircea Popescu, or Mircea, whatever you may call him, possibly the best known Romanian Bitcoiner. I'm Romanian. I'm aware of him. I never interacted with him. I know of the stuff that he did. But supposedly he was very big.
Yeah. There's there's a lot of uh, cool things that Bitcoin started, and and like Ethereum kind of taken over, Solana's taken a few things over, and it's just a matter of time before the stock exchange is 24/7. I don't know if they're going to run on Solana. I don't know if they're going to run on Ethereum. They're going to do something. It's just a matter of time. And soon as if the government ever gets unshut down, I think there's a law in the United States. It's about to be Congress is contemplating a law, but they can't do it while it's shut down. And and I think that's going to form a lot of laws that will help Bitcoin. I'm assuming it'll help Bitcoin. At least they say they'll help Bitcoin um, here in the near future. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, we're gonna see where uh, we've come a long way since Bitcoin and or since Silk Road um, and 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 I hope that we continue to evolve, and I hope the space can have some sort of consensus on where it should go, because like there's just too much infighting. I just noticed it on the block size wars. When Roger Ver took off. That's whether he's right or wrong. That's another day to talk about. Um, but yeah, I'm I'm really excited about the future and where Bitcoin's going to take us, um, and and where where we're going to end up. What's the end product going to be like? I've heard a lot of people say, well, Bitcoin was the first. You never know, something might come around that could flip its lid. I don't think that'll happen. But then again, I don't know what's going to happen in 100 years. I in my lifetime, I think it's going to be pretty much the same as of what's happening now. But who knows, with AI coming around, what's happening? What might with Ethereum or Solana might come out with this great new thing. Who knows? Uh, but but yeah, I just hope that we can just come all together, and I long for the old days of Bitcoin. You know, but that said, you know, I didn't. There wasn't very many conventions to go to back in the day, or meetups for that matter. But now I go to meetups, uh, and and it and I love it. So there's a so that has changed for the good. I think there's more people involved in Bitcoin. Uh, yes, you have a lot more discussion, but that's good. But I'm really happy of where I've met a lot of great friends. Um, like I've said, I've never really met a Bitcoiner that I didn't like. I've and I think we're a special breed, uh, and 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 I think and I think that says a lot for Bitcoin, because it picks out the good people, or it gets rid of the bad people. I don't know. Take which one, whichever
Well,
fits the best.
there are a lot of bad people too. It's just money. But I was gonna mention that just imagine what we could have or what we can have today if we get the spirit of the old days, but with the adoption and the user base and the capital that we have today. Like, so much nice stuff can be built if we just remembered where we started and what was the original intention behind Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, many people don't realize that uh, Vitalik went to the Bitcoin core developers. I might be you would know this better than I, but he said, "Hey, we should do this with Bitcoin," and they said no. And so he created Ethereum, and I'm like, geez, could you imagine if they could have integrated somehow, made it just one chain? I don't know. Maybe I'm up in the night. Um, but yeah, but Ethereum I remember a lot from I think 2014 to 2018, Ethereum performed better everything wise. It wasn't until like 2018 that it turned around. But for a while
Yeah,
there, Ethereum.
because basically what happened is that there was infighting in the Bitcoin community, and Ethereum seemed like this promised land where you could do anything you wanted and nobody would judge you for it. And a lot of people wanted to build marketplaces, they wanted to do all the stuff that was on GLBSC, on MPEX, and everything else. They wanted to keep building on Bitcoin and to make Bitcoin more useful. But there was the scaling debate that sort of gave the signal that they will not be able to use Bitcoin for what they want. So they went to Ethereum and they built whatever they wanted because nobody stopped them, and because they also had more tooling for it. They could write more advanced applications using the smart contracting language. So that was the advantage. And Ethereum in 2017, when I think it reached its highest valuation against Bitcoin, if you look at the ETH BTC chart, I think it was the revenge chain. It was the place where people went because they were not happy with what's happening in Bitcoin. And I think today, if you look at the events and the infighting that's happening, I think that Zcash is the revenge chain because it went up a lot over the last month. And it's also on the back of all the conflicts and all the debates that are happening in Bitcoin. So I think
Well,
there's this tendency for people who want to build stuff who realize that they cannot do it on Bitcoin anymore to migrate to other projects, which is very unfortunate, by the way. It's
I
horrible.
agree. Yeah, I wish we, if I recall, I remember Zcash and Bitcoin. I think you mentioned earlier they were so similar. There was only one small difference in their, and I think doesn't Zcash have the same market, the cap, 21 million? I mean, yeah, so
Maximum supply,
they
not market cap.
that's what I meant. Yeah, yeah. So they try to keep the same path as Bitcoin, and so I always like Zcash. In fact, I mined the crap out of it. It was up all the way to, was it $3,000? Then came all the way back down to 30, 40. Now it's going back up. But
Yeah, there was a lot of hype when it launched and the supply was low. There were just a few coins on the market, and some Bitcoiners were willing to basically exchange like 5-6 BTC for one ZEC, and that's why the price went up very fast. And then
is that
as the
okay?
supply started to add up because people were mining it and the demand did not keep up with that, the price went down.
Now that makes sense. That's a great explanation. I wondered about that because if you look at the market, you see it spiked and then it came. Now that makes total sense.
Yeah, it's almost as if Satoshi launched Bitcoin and had a bunch of cypherpunks hyped, which never happened. All of them were critical with the exception of Hal Finney. And all of them decided that there should be a marketplace for this on day one and they should buy it. And they made the price go up, and then they realized, well, the technology is not there. Like, it's not what what the white paper promises to be, so they're not gonna buy it anymore. And then more bitcoins get mined because participants join the network, but there's less economic activity. So of course, if the supply is higher but the demand remains the same, the price just keeps going down by itself. There needs to
Yep.
be someone to constantly buy.
Yeah. I remember it was just it was a slow dip. It just kept going lower and lower and lower and lower. Oh yeah, I remember that now.
Well,
But
I hope you kept some because now it's like
oh
$700.
yeah, I fortunately I kept, that was the one thing that I kept in my wallet. I always thought, when it got down to like $50, I thought, I'll just because in my mining days I would have to, I'd have to pay my electrical bill. When most would come in, they would go. That's what people don't. A lot of people don't understand is it was expensive, you know, to not only to run a miner, but just, you had to pay your electrical bill, and then you had to pay your air conditioning bill to combat the heat that you just created. So it was a double-edged sword. And you know, so mining, you know, if I mean, I learned a lot doing mining, but if I had to do it all over again, I would I would still mine, but I wouldn't mine as much, and I would have bought the asset rather than mined it. I would have been better off financially by buying Ethereum or buying Zcash rather than buying the equipment, going through the pain and hassle of mining. Is, you know what I'm saying? It was just
Yeah, it
to me.
makes a lot of sense. If you're paying for GPUs or whatever, first of all, they're expensive. Secondly, especially during moments when mining is profitable, they're even harder to get and more expensive as a consequence. And the profit margins are thin. Like, you need the price to go up, or I don't
Yeah,
know. Mining was never very profitable. In hindsight, when people look back, they're like, oh, maybe I should just kept my computer on to mine some Bitcoin in 2009. There was no economic justification for you to do that.
exactly. Well, even when I got my ASIC that I had, I when I would plug it in here and I would mine it, I I looked I looked at all the money going out, and I didn't have the money to finance it. Now, if I could have mined it and held on to it for a year, now you're talking something different. But when you mined it in a particular month, you have the bills to pay that next month, so you didn't have the luxury to sit there and wait for the price to go up. You had to boom, sell, pay your bills, and then 6 months later go, dang it, I wish I could have kept all those Bitcoin. But and so that's, you know, I get a lot of people say, oh, you must be sitting on thousands of Bitcoin. And I'm like, oh, they don't understand. You know, they don't know how it works, because it doesn't work that way. You know, because they, you know, the price is built, you know, you know, Bitcoin, that's how they determined the price, was how much it cost them to do an electricity, you know, and the price would go up. It was actually more expensive in the early days than what the electricity was. But if you could hold on to it for a few months, you'd be okay. But if you had to sell like I did, it was a losing proposition. And so while I regret it in one aspect, I don't regret it in another aspect. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that I had, but boy, I should have just, like that 2,700 Bitcoin that I spent on the stupid miner. I mean, granted, it would have been those Bitcoin would also have been stolen from me. Um, so I still wouldn't have had them. So, but still though, take that out of the equation. It was a dumb, it was a dumb move. I
Wait, so
mean,
the DEA agents who stole the Bitcoin from you and took your computers, they let you have your ASIC miners?
yeah, yeah. Well, they weren't delivered to me yet, and 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 so I didn't have the physical. They weren't here, and so I kept my mouth shut, and they didn't know anything. And then then it was in early 2013. So it was like 3 or 4 months after they busted down my door is when I took delivery of those ASICs. Is I just kept my mouth shut, and they never asked. I never told. I wasn't going to volunteer that information up to them because I was afraid of them taking it. And so I was able to, well, I was able to mine a little bit with it, but I was able to sell it for well more than what it, because there was such high demand back then. I was able to sell it for more than, but I never, that was a whole nother story, but I got screwed on that deal too. But I still made out okay a little bit. I survived basically, but I didn't make like the money that I should have made. That's for darn sure. But yeah, it's there's so many, and a lot of it people can argue if when I bring up these little side stories like mining and oh, you're just gambling, trying to, and I'm like, no, no, no. We were fighting for to find, because we were thinking, okay, if Bitcoin's not going to work, because I read those same articles you did about how it was going to die. Then what's going to work? Then is it going to be Ethereum? Is it going to be this other one, or is it going to be this new coin that's coming out of China? That's only 0.0001 cent a piece. It's a weird mentality, and what people just see today's price, and they and that's all they look at. They look at the price of what it was 2008. Like, you can see, what if you spent $5,000 in Bitcoin in 2008? How much would you be worth today? Well, they leave a lot out in between. A lot of pain, a lot of hassle, a lot of sorrow, a lot of money, a lot of. I mean, it's not as easy as they make it out to be. Like, when even when Bitcoin was at $100, that to us that was still way expensive. Bitcoin will always be expensive, no matter what the price is. And so even when it was $100 or $50, we were like, who would pay $50 for this? Looking back, you think, boy, I would have mortgaged my house to go. But hindsight's 2020. People. Anyway, I digress. And but yeah, I think that that hopefully that we get there, and I hope it's Bitcoin that wins. I think it will be, but there has to be some sort of consensus of somewhere. Something's got to change.
I think so. I say this a lot on my show. I think the problem with Bitcoin is not technical, but it's cultural. Because the solutions are out there. They have been tried in other coins for many years. We just have to pick the best one and just put it on Bitcoin. The problem is that I think the price went up a lot. And maybe that to some people it's not a problem, but it made some developers and some users complacent to the point where they say, why do we even need this? Because there's a risk that this is not going to work well, or maybe that we're going to discourage the Wall Street guys from investing in this. Like, if we make Bitcoin private, then what's going to happen? We're going to have people selling their coins because they don't trust the system anymore. We're going to have a lot of FUD coming from Wall Street. Maybe we're going to have to deal with authorities from the US or other countries, and they're gonna be like, yeah, so why don't we just do nothing? Because it seems to be working well.
Yeah, that's true. There really hasn't been a change in the Bitcoin code since SegWit, I think. That's been.
No, there was also Taproot in 21.
Oh,
so
Taproot. Oh yeah, that's right, Taproot. Yeah,
4.5 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. But see, that's all technical stuff that's over my head. I know you can do a lot with Taproot and whatnot, but maybe that's the answer. Maybe we haven't. Maybe maybe one of these bit proposals will be the answer. Isn't somebody trying to make it Bitcoin a privacy? He's a developer. He's it would require a soft fork, but I don't know.
There are some initiatives to bring Zcash kind of privacy to Bitcoin. So the most obvious one is the soft fork that was proposed for Bitcoin 10 years ago, and just take the latest version of it and add it to Bitcoin. But there are also more subtle ways, like there's something called ZK coins. ZK stands for zero knowledge. And that one is like a protocol, just like Counterparty on top of Bitcoin, where you can send coins with better privacy. There's also something called shielded client-side validation, and there was a paper about it last year. But all of them require some sort of upgrade to make Bitcoin a bit more expressive in terms of setting conditions for how transactions can be sent and basically making it more expressive for contracts. And once we do have that with vaults or covenants, we can build a lot of interesting stuff. The problem that I see is that we don't give these developers a chance to prove themselves. And there are a lot of, I think I'm one of the guys who interviewed dozens of frustrated developers. And that's why I know so much about their work. Because they're like, okay, just give us a chance. Give us this soft fork. It's been tested for like 5-6 years. There are no vulnerabilities that were reported. Just give us the chance to build something and show what we can do with Bitcoin. But I think once again, the problem is that the price went up. Maybe in a bear market, we're gonna end up actually improving Bitcoin in a meaningful way. Right now, we actually have Michael Saylor telling people that the most dangerous attack to Bitcoin is to fund developers to come up with new ideas to change it.
Well, can't we keep the same principles of Bitcoin, but just expand on what Bitcoin does
Well,
and make it?
exactly. But then people come up with, I was gonna say crackhead theories, but I don't think it's appropriate in the context. But they come up with ideas like, what if there is an inflation bug, or what if something breaks and we don't know about it? Like unknown unknowns. That's the principle. And they're gonna express concerns about stuff like this for many years until maybe the developers give up and they're like, okay, I've tried. I'm not gonna push this. The beauty of Bitcoin, honestly, is that the developers have very frequent changing of the guards, to say so. Like the same guys who were working on the protocol level like 10 years ago have more offhands positions nowadays. And there's a new crop of developers who are doing all the work. So there is some optimism that maybe we're gonna get a new guard of developers who will be more open to adding stuff. Right now, everyone seems afraid to kill the goose that lays golden eggs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's I think you're spot on. We see the price. I mean, I get caught up in a like, ooh, the price is over $100,000. Ooh, it's gonna get up there. If it can just get to $500,000, then ooh, we can pay off the house, and maybe we can start to live. I've caught myself going down that route. And and I like, am I just being greedy? I don't think, but we want what's best for humanity and what's best for, uh, for everything. I mean, yeah, you know, it, you know, maybe it's going to take another coin or like a Zcash to evolve, where they use it like it was like we all want it to be used, but they use Bitcoin as the final, like a, I don't know, it's going to probably change so many times, because just looking back in the last 12 or 13 years, it's changed a lot. I mean, unless you think about it, you really don't notice the changes. But when you look at that year by year and slice each year down, that's when you notice the changes. But when you just look at it, you go, oh, Bitcoin hasn't changed that much, but it really has. Is and 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 Roger Ver, the one thing I've always agreed upon his saying is if we would have just kept, put all the code into Bitcoin and made it better, it would have stopped all these many other coins from being created and being diluted.
And there's more to this because there was momentum at one point and there was real world adoption happening with Bitcoin. So
It was like 2016, yeah,
if it
15.
if we kept that energy and we kept improving Bitcoin, maybe we could get it adopted much faster.
Yeah, yeah, and the price will still get up there. Maybe that's what everybody's afraid of. If we make these changes, it'll cause the price to go down, and they don't want that. because now you have Wall Street with the ETFs. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
I like to joke that the ETF is the scaling layer, like paper Bitcoin. That's how we ended up scaling. We did not do it on the blockchain. We did not do it very well on a layer 2 so far. So we ended up just using old style accounting for something which is supposed to be on a blockchain, but on a piece of paper. And we
That's
transfer ownership on paper.
well, I've read a lot of Bitcoiners. I don't know how OG they are, but I've heard a lot of people that have taken all their Bitcoin that they've held in hard wallets and put it into the ETF, just because that way they don't have to worry about the keys. They don't have to worry about it was just a logistic thing. And I'm like, no. I mean, there's a time and a place, I think, for an ETF. Like, I'm gonna have my 85-year-old father try to control keys and whatnot. To me, it'd probably be easier for him to buy an ETF. But for the average pleb, I would say no. I would say hold Bitcoin and only Bitcoin. But maybe that's being maybe I'm being contradictory. Maybe I'm maybe that's I'm being too conflicting. But I don't know what the answer is. But I guess we'll find out. We'll see what how Bitcoin turns out, and I still have high hopes. Um, I think, even though Bitcoin has had its issues in the past, I think I think we will have that moment where we, I think Wall Street's biggest problem is changing the number 21 million cap. I think that's if I think to me that's the only uh, big issue that I've heard from them. Um, you know, Other than that, what what does it matter if they change the code into making it do this or do that? They're just if as long as there's only going to be 21 million ever created, then that's what they're worried about, right? Isn't that
Well,
that's
yeah, because there's no way to verify that the Bitcoin on the piece of paper is actually backed by anything. And this once again defeats the purpose. There is no way to cryptographically or even traditionally verify. You have to trust that the issuer of these notes is actually liquid. And it's so dumb. Like, this is why Bitcoin was created. You have this message in the first block, which is Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks. And if you look at the context of that, it's about this situation in 2008, where governments were bailing out banks that, first of all, with money that was printed out of thin air, so putting the citizen in debt for maybe decades. And secondly, because banks were dishonest in their practices. They were not transparent and they were doing fractional reserves. And right now it's even worse with fractional reserves. Like, they're not
they
even.
don't have to hold that any anymore. They can hold zero. They used to be like 20%, then it dropped to 10, now it's zero. And so what's backing it? We're the ETFs, we're just trusting that BlackRock or whoever is holding that Bitcoin, because who knows? There could be twice as they're taking the money, and as long as they don't have a bank run, you know, they could, could you imagine if they sold more than what they're actually buying, and then everybody tried to redeem, because that's what was it January 8th? There used to be a date when everybody said take their Bitcoin off of exchanges.
Yeah, January 3rd, it was Trace Mayer who came up with proof of keys. It was like this celebration of self custody. And it was just a way to get the exchanges to be liquid so that you would withdraw just to make a point. Of course, it never got
Never
very
took
big.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So exchanges were never actually threatened by this. They never had to sell some of their cash reserves or whatever just to make sure they have enough Bitcoin to allow their users to withdraw.
Yeah, yeah, they better be backing everything 1-to-1, or somebody could be in a lot of trouble if they find out that it's not. Well, that is scary. Obviously, and people put too much trust. But you're right, though. It's crazy to think that we've done a full 360 from going away from banks to now the ETFs are the bank.
And there's more to that. Like there's the Lightning Network people who use custodial wallets, which essentially means banks. They have to trust someone else to hold the funds for them, and they just transfer on their balance sheet.
Yeah, well, that's why when I was talking about doing Lightning, when I was bringing up centralized, the only way I could find a good Lightning network, it was totally centralized, and that totally defeats the purpose of Bitcoin. And when I ran my node, it was not a centralized. It was the regular Bitcoin network or the Lightning network, but it was a losing proposition for me. It cost me more to run than, if I broke even, I would have been okay. But I looked at my balance.
I'm in the same situation, and I did this like 3-4 years ago, and I realized that I was spending more money opening and rebalancing channels than actually. So I wasn't routing too many transactions, and that's a reality I had to confront. And I was thinking that maybe if I set up very good channels and I connect with all the big peers, that I'm gonna be somewhere in the middle collecting transaction fees. And of course, my fantasy never actually worked out.
Yeah, see that I had the same hopes, and I just saw a slow bleed of my Satoshis going out the door, and then I finally had to say, you know what, I like the idea of Lightning. I really think it's cool, but I financially I can't keep it up. It's granted, if we're not talking big dollars. I mean, I was losing only what $20-$30 a year, but still, I was in the negative. And then the forced closed channels. I don't know if you ever had that happen to you.
Of course, it's part of the Lightning journey.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, those are the worst, and then you get charged $30 or whatever for having in Bitcoin. Oh my gosh. But yeah, but I still have high hopes for Lightning. I still think there's some hope. And level 2, I still think somebody's going to come up with a level 2 situation. That everybody will be happy with. I know we lost our faith with Lightning because everybody had high hopes for that. But you never know. I don't know. I I I wish we could go back to the old days when the blocks were empty. I'm kidding, but
Of course, this is a consequence of adoption, and more people using is actually good. It's just that we did not find a good way to scale for everyone to use without major trade-offs. Because whatever you use is not as good as the base layer. It has some advantages, but when you're dealing with layer 2s, you talk about trade-offs. You may gain some advantage, like Lightning has better privacy for the sender than the base layer, but it's not as convenient from a user experience point of view. It's not as secure.
Yeah. And
And
then you still have the end of the day problem of going on chain and off chain.
well, maybe not you, maybe someone else will have to do it, but yeah.
Yeah, but but I did, but until I ran my own channel, all these issues I didn't know about, and I always thought, "Ooh, Lightning, that's perfect. This is the answer." But running a node for a couple years, I'm like, it was cool. It was a neat project. I'm glad I did it, but it was just like, that's why isn't all these companies, Cash App, Strike, they're all a centralized Lightning channel, I'm assuming. That,
Yeah, exactly.
and so they're controlling all. You're really not going on the Lightning network. You're just keeping in their own little loop, and so Lightning has got to really, so when me or you open up a channel, we're really helping the network. Until that happens, Lightning won't work, and the way that it's set up now, as we both found out, it's not working like we thought it was going to work like, so, but yeah, it sure is, it sure is interesting. But
I think it has two flaws which might be fatal for it. First of all, it's interactive, which means you have to be connected to the internet all the time to send or receive. It's not like Bitcoin where you can just shut down your node and just post an address and someone's gonna send Bitcoin to you even if your computer is offline, because there are other nodes that work with the network. Your Lightning node has to be online all the time for you to receive payments, and that's a big flaw of Lightning. The other flaw that I think might be fatal is this whole channel situation where, in order for you to receive, let's say, half a Bitcoin in payment, you need to have a channel of half a Bitcoin.
yeah,
So
yeah,
just imagine a shop or something. Basically, they would, in order for them to be able to sell the most expensive item in the shop, they would have to open a channel which is of the size of that value.
yeah, yeah.
Like
That's
imagine a car dealership or something.
oh yeah, yeah. That's didn't they? Wasn't
Of
there a
course, you can
cap?
do it with multiple small payments, but it's not very practical.
Yeah. Like I've always thought Lightning was just a small. It was for buying coffee, you know, $1 to $2 or $3 type payments. That's what my final conclusion was. It wasn't for everyday big purchases, just because of the problems you said, that you'd have to have big channels. And I know there are some big channels out there that have one Bitcoin, but not very many.
Yeah, that's the irony of it, because the most successful channels are the ones that have a lot of capacity, even if it's not used. So they have very large channels, larger than one Bitcoin, which are available out there. And these are the ones that actually take up most of the activity. So if you open, I was actually thinking about this, because since most transactions are small, maybe it makes sense to just open a lot of channels of 10,000 Satoshis each or something, since that's an amount that gets transacted a lot for people to buy coffee. But for some reason, that's not really how it works. It's more efficient to have a few channels and very large capacity.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I might get back into Lightning again, but I don't know. I think they've got to come up with another. I'm looking at the safe with going away from Umbrel into the Safe 7 system,
Start
or
9, I think.
Start 9. There it is. Here, that Start 9. And in fact, I ordered one in 2021. I put a $15 deposit down on it, and then the price went down. So I probably should either get my $15 back or order it. But yeah, I want to do the Start. I wanted to do the Start 9, and I still might. But I don't know, where how how I'm going to do it, or how I can afford it, or anything like that.
Oh,
But
well,
that's
let me show you a different product. It's called the BMM, which is the Bitcoin mini miner by Brains.
oh no, those are
It's like
awesome.
$300. It runs in the background, is not noisy. It's essentially a lottery ticket.
Yeah,
But what's very interesting about it is, first of all, the interface, because you can see the price on the screen, you can see a lot of data about the hash rate and whatever. And you can also set it up so, since it's a lottery ticket and there are like 3 or 4 chains that use SHA-256 for mining. You can set it basically to give 70% of the hash rate to Bitcoin BTC and maybe 30% to BCH, Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
Because maybe you're going to be able to mine a full block of Bitcoin Cash, and that's going to pay for the electricity.
Yeah, there you go.
So you can actually do this with the firmware. I've
So you
received
can.
this one. I've been keeping it in the box because I'm waiting for a good moment to do a video about it. But basically, I think I also have like a discount code for it. I think it's BTC TKVR, like Bitcoin Takeover. I think you have like 5-10% discount if you order it with this link.
Don't they just take the old ASIC chips from older miners and put into those? I think that's how they do that.
No, I think that's the BitAxe.
Oh, okay. You're right. You're right. Yeah,
which is the open source.
Yeah. Didn't a solo miner just hit one? He was only not even a. Was one of those? He just hit. It was a block just like a couple weeks ago.
I think it happens. Like
it just happened. Yeah, it just happened. I was on Reddit and everybody said, "Oh, we want to see the proof," and he actually showed his little mining system. He showed the screen where it came up. You know, he had all the proof, and he's only been in Bitcoin for a couple months, and he spent $600-700 on his miners, and he solo mined, and he hit the lottery, and he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay $180,000 or $120,000 in taxes. I'm gonna pay off the house," and I'm like, "No, you don't want to do that. you won the lottery. Don't sell your Bitcoin." But maybe he's a smart one. Maybe maybe that's the way to do it. But I love hearing stories about that. You know, I mean, the odds of that are so astronomical. You know, you have a better chance of winning the lottery like 2 times in a row than hitting one of those. But all you have to do is hit one, you know, get those 17 zeros or whatever they're at today. And but yeah, that's mining has sure changed. You know,
you gotta try. And I think these small home devices are pretty nice because they don't consume a lot of electricity. They're not noisy. They don't generate heat. You just keep them running in the background and hope for the best. And they also show you the price, which I think is nice. That there are some block clocks or something which are like $500, and they just show the price. I mean, why not get a miner instead, and it mines and also shows you the price?
Those that show the price, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. I'd rather mine a little bit and show the price.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I understand it's a beautiful mechanical device and it shows you the price. I think it's stupid. I can have an app on my phone for that.
Yeah. I don't, that's what I do. I try to not to focus too much on the price, because I don't want to fall down that trap again, you know, stressing out over everything. But we're humans, you know, we have to live on dollars. We need money to survive. You know, we unfortunately we have to think that way, you know. So it's kind of a weird thing that it's a mental block that we have to get away from. And it's really difficult to separate yourself from the fiat world. You know, the perfect world would be like the guys on Bitcoin Talk or on the Silk Road. We would always talk about how wouldn't it be great if we get dollars out of our head, and we said, "Oh, this cost me 500 Satoshis." You know, instead of turning it into dollars, we just go, "Oh, that's a good deal. It's only 3,000 Satoshis." You know, it's hard to wrap your head around that, and it's going to take a long time before we start thinking that way. And I think we start with the youth, and we start teaching them that way, that's thinking, and then they're going to start thinking that way, and then they're going to tell their kids, and that's how we get help with the adoption. With, you know, we just start with the young, with the young folk. You know, and my grandson slash son, you know, I'm teaching him Bitcoin, you know, teaching him Satoshis, teaching him, you know, the value of money, and teaching them the right way. I didn't know about inflation. I knew about it, but I didn't know we were lied to. And how money works, uh, and and like I said, I was 47 years old or 46 years old before I was 45 years old. How old was I when I got into Bitcoin? And 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 it took me a couple years to really understand it. So I was already past my midlife crisis before I really understood money. And I don't want my children to go through the same thing I did. I want them to learn and grow and expand from from what I've learned, from my experiences, from all of our experiences. And I hope that one day we'll reach that consensus that I may never come, but uh, I think we'll be forced to one day. I think we're going to be forced to come together and say, yes, we need to expand on this, or we need to go in this direction. It may not happen in my lifetime or our lifetimes, but I think that day will come. But I don't know. Maybe I'm up in the night, but
I just want to point out that we are nearing 2,000 online listeners, like live people who tuned into this. And I also want to say that Curtis Green might just be. So, first of all, this is his first interview in many years, and
Yep.
he has a lot to say. Secondly, he might just be the biggest person from the whole Silk Road story who's willing to talk. So, if you're organizing a conference, or you have a podcast, or you have any kind of event, it's a good idea to have him and ask him questions and learn more about the spirit of the old days and what it used to be, and maybe get some misconceptions out of your head. Because what we have learned about, I remember reading a Rolling Stone article
Oh,
about Russell Bricht
yes,
like
I
10
remember.
years ago, and it portrayed him as this murderous, whatever, drug
Yeah,
kingpin.
I remember that the writer calling me, and I said no comment, and he was one of two or three reporters that actually told me this. He said, "Well, if you're not going to speak about it, I'm going to have to put words in your mouth." He told me that, and he wasn't the only one. And so that's what happened with Silk Road. Is it got misconstrued because a lot of us wouldn't go out and tell them what they wanted to hear. And I didn't want to go out there, and I didn't want to talk for Deep Ross, or I didn't want to speak, so I just kept quiet. And uh but now that he's out, and now I you know I don't think I think only good can come from speaking about it and talking about Bitcoin and where we're going, where we've been, the mistakes that I've discovered. The libertarian viewpoint, is all good and everything, and I've changed my thinking a little bit, but yeah, I think people would like to hear more about the story, because when I was in El Salvador last year, and I did a little dinner, and boy, it I got so many questions, and people were so enthralled with it, and uh, and so yeah, anybody that has an event or whatever, I'm more than willing to uh, uh, travel. So hopefully I'll be able to go to Spain this next year, maybe Costa Rica this coming spring. But yeah, any events or anything, I'll be more than happy to go. Uh, and be of any help.
I've also mentioned at the beginning of the interview that you can ask Curtis Green questions in exchange for donations. I don't think there was anyone who actually asked a question in the chat. There were more like comments about what we're talking about. So there was no specific question. If there is anything that you want to ask, do it now, but please promise that you're gonna donate to his Satlantis campaign whenever that comes out on Monday or something. So do that. Maybe give him $100 or something, because
I,
he's
I
been
feel like
doing.
I'm back in here. I don't, you know how I feel about that, but anything's appreciated. That's for darn sure. But yeah,
And
you know,
since we're waiting for people to ask questions, let me ask you one, because you said that Ross came out of jail and you tried to not comment too much until this moment. Did you actually correspond with Ross during the trial, while he was in jail, and recently after he came out?
yeah, I haven't, I didn't talk to him at all. I have, I got really close with his mother. Um, Mother is a great lady, by the way. And I've talked to him a little bit, you know, via email. You know, we chatted a little bit here and there. Nothing groundbreaking, just simple conversation. So you know, I do communicate with them a little bit, but nothing, like I said, nothing groundbreaking. But yeah, uh, you know, the story is, uh, like I said, if I could get it coordinated to start from the beginning, and all the things that happened, it would make quite the like Hollywood didn't need to make anything up. They could have just taken what the truth was and told the truth, and it would have been more intriguing than what they turned it into, to what it was, what they turned it into was a piece of garbage.
Okay, so can you mention some of these wild moments that you think are spectacular and worthy of being in a movie?
Well, it was there. There was one vendor that he sold uh, passports, legit passports from the UK for, and he charged like $20,000. And I thought, I wonder if this guy's a scammer, you know. So I reached out to him. We just you know, shooting, you know, back and forth. And I said, why it? I said, what in his on his storefront, he says I could only do one every 3 months, and he never said why. And I said, why? And this gave him more legitimacy. He said, well, because I could only do one every 3 or 4 months because I have to go under the radar. And I thought, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. You know, he's not trying to. If he wanted to, he could have, hey, I'm going to charge $10,000 or whatever, and just got as much money as he can. And I checked his wallet. He sold a couple, but not very many went out. And I thought that was just so interesting to be able to get a UK, a legit UK passport without your name on it, to be totally anonymous, and be able to travel around the world under a with the legit passport. And I thought, that, to me, that was one of the most intriguing things that I saw sold on Silk Road. And had nothing to do with drugs. It was just a simple, you know, passport. You know, were they legit? I don't know. Um, you know, but you know, there was a lot more things that were sold on there, that because it wasn't drugs, it wasn't worth talking. A lot of people threw up websites, um, threw up vending accounts that we would sell anything. In fact, I did. Uh, uh, we sold. I sold glasses, Gucci knockoff glasses. Uh, uh, we sold gold, uncut diamonds out of Africa. Who know? I don't know if an American in an American that lived over in Africa thought, you know what, I can go to the bazaar and find all sorts of cheap stuff and sell them on Silk Road. And it was 99% of it was totally legal. The only thing that we kind of stepped on the edge of being legal or illegal was some things that were sold in a pharmacy over there was legal over there, but not necessarily legal over here, but that's about it. But they weren't anything major. It was like antibiotics, that sort of thing. It wasn't anything crazy. But there was a lot of vendors like that, like what I did, that were just trying to figure out, where can I stay within the bounds of the law without, but still generate a business. And in fact, we on our site, we sold handmade suits. I don't know if we sold any, but we had them up for sale, and we had to ask their dimensions and whatnot. And but so there was a lot of I don't know, I wouldn't say a lot, but there were a lot of guys that would throw up a vending account and sell legit things. But people don't talk about it because it's not, it's not the bad things. It's not the salacious things that you want to talk about. Selling Gucci glasses is no big deal. It's, but selling heroin is a big deal. That it catches your attention. So that's, people don't really understand that Silk Road was a true marketplace, and even though drugs was the most prominent, it wasn't the only. There was a lot of stuff sold on that site. And one thing that it was interesting. Somebody asked me not too long ago. They said, was pornography on that site? And I honestly didn't know. I said I had to go back and look at my my snapshots that I kept of the site, and to look through to see if it was, and it was on the site, which didn't surprise me, but I had no idea. I mean, it was in my thinking. I didn't look at, and so when they asked me that, I had no idea. I assumed that it probably was, and it was, but it wasn't any big deal, and that's, and that's a shame that all these little tiny stories don't get picked up, because they're only the one we care about are the guys that sell drugs, or that are with the mafia, or the murder for hires. We there's a lot of cool parts of the story that people probably never hear about, and I hope to change that. Well, like I said before, a lot of things I regret doing, but there's some things I don't regret doing. I well, I would change things on what I did. Would I do things differently? Absolutely. But I'm kind of glad I did it, because it got me into Bitcoin. It made me go down this path that I'm now I'm going down. Does that make sense? So while I made my mistakes. I hope it's not that big of a deal to get a pardon, because I have the website I put up is called PardonCurtis.com. And and it was we just put it up a few days ago. It's still probably just a landing page right now, but I'm definitely going to go down that rabbit hole and see what it takes to get a pardon, and if I can do it economically and it's not too much, then why not? I might give it a shot. But if it's going to be too much, then obviously, money can be used for better things than wanting my gun rights back. That's kind of stupid, but to think that way, but that really bothered me. That's the one thing that I had, it's really dumb that they took those rights away from me. And
But
just because
I think it's also symbolic, right? Because the US government is going to have to acknowledge that they did you wrong. So it's not just about regaining your gun rights, it's also about cleaning your name for, I don't know, for the next generations of your family and for history.
Yeah, that's and that's what pushes me, not only my gun rights, but just to set the record straight. Say, hey, it wasn't, it wasn't a lawless place. We made our mistakes, but we didn't it's it's not as I know it's hard to explain. But you're right. I think that it's important to at least try. If I don't, then if I don't succeed, then so be it. But at least I can say I tried. So
There's also this crazy story that I read on your timeline. Just a second. I'm going to your profile. Actually, I got distracted by something and I forgot what the crazy story was. Let me backtrack a bit in my mind. Huh, I feel sorry for interrupting you now.
no, it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
So
But
was it about some vendor? No. It was about going to a poker tournament with a T-shirt that had the
oh,
Silk Road logo on it.
oh yeah, okay.
That's
And
a crazy story. It's so ballsy.
yeah, oh yeah, oh you said it, man. And so what? So I go to I go. This is a great story. I hit up DPR and I said, hey, I like to play poker. I go, but I can't afford to get into the it cost to travel, go down to Vegas, hotel room, entry fee, and I said, hey, what if I'll make the T-shirt with Silk Road on it, and I'll go down there, you sponsor me, and get in it, which he did. So I made the T-shirt. Now I didn't put the word Silk Road on it because that was too ballsy, right? I didn't want to put the name, but I put the green camel, and I put my name on one side, the green camel on the other side, and he helped me design it a little bit. It's that I was going to wear the hat, but and so I'll never forget people trying to guess what that camel was about I was sitting around at the poker tournament, and I just kind of said, I hope nobody gets it. But nobody thought a word of it. But I thought it was funny. People actually here. I was the admin at the time, right? And but other people that went down at the World Series that same year wore a similar shirt, but it was a T-shirt, and they had nothing to do with Silk Road. Here I was the admin of the Silk Road, and here I was wearing a shirt that we designed, paid with money from the site. So yeah, that was pretty ballsy to go down there. But and I broke even. I came out a little bit ahead, I think. Didn't make a ton, but it was an interesting story, that's for sure. But yeah, that was 2012, the spring of 2012, May of 2012. Yeah.
What was the
Yeah.
most fun you've ever had as an admin of the Silk Road?
The funnest thing was getting to know all the different vendors from around the world. That not anyone in particular, but I would they are just normal people like everybody else that have problems in their days, and I would have these great conversations with different vendors that have different problems and family issues and financial problems and we left Silk Road at Silk Road, but when we were talking friend to friend, we were just we were talking. I was talking human to human. You know, we were more interested in what we were making. They were okay. They were, you know, I think I've mentioned this before. The camaraderie between all of us, we all had something in common. We had Bitcoin and we were on a site, and those two things made there was a lot of trust that we gave each other because we were each other's brothers and sisters. If that makes sense. And so when somebody would reach out to me, I would have a great conversation with them, and then I would talk to them for I was always their friend. and I made some great friendships over the the time I was there. That's probably the best one, is making friendships. Too bad I can't meet them in real life and continue it. But uh, yeah, it was just a bunch of regular people that uh, sold things that they shouldn't have sold. That's what it comes down to, you know. And
I was
but
gonna ask you this, if you actually met someone from the Silk Road in real life.
I actually met a vendor about a month ago. He didn't know who I was, and he brought up Silk Road, and I said, "Oh, would you?" And this guy, and he says, "Yeah, I was a vendor." He sold mushrooms and sold something else, and I'm like, "Okay." And then I told him who I was, and he did a holy shit moment, and he says, "Yeah, I got out of it without being arrested." And I said, "Oh, I'm glad you got out of it, and I'm glad, But yeah, but I have met. He's my first one that I know for sure. But I think I've met a few others over the years, like at conferences and whatnot, that they just. In fact, in 2021, I met the one of the guys that was at my door who knocked down the door. I heard a, "Hey, Curtis," from across the hall, and I looked. I go, "Who is that?" And then he came up to me, and he said, "You remember me, don't you?" And he looked familiar, and he goes, "I can't believe you don't remember me." And I'm like, "Well, I'm sorry, I don't remember." He goes, "I was at your house," and I said, and I jokingly said, "Oh, you're my nemesis." I totally was joking, and it pissed him off, and he told me to F off and turned around, and it was at a Bitcoin conference, and he was the same guy that told me that Bitcoin was no good and to get out of it. So I found that to be ironic.
Wait, so Shaun Shields, or what's his name?
No, I don't know his name.
Oh, so just a random DEA agent?
Yeah, he worked for Homeland Security. When I was arrested, when they came busting down my door, he happened to be one of the agents that was there, and he was with me up in Salt Lake, and he drove me. Him and another agent drove me home the second night, and the last piece of advice he gave me was to get out of Bitcoin because it would be nothing but trouble.
So
Then
he
I
was
seen,
at a Bitcoin conference?
yeah, he was at a Bitcoin conference in Miami in 2021, and he was all pissed off that I didn't remember him, and then it all came flooding back right after he went his own way, after he flipped me off or whatever he did, and I'm like, "Oh, I remember that guy now." And I feel kind of stupid, but and he was all ticked off that I didn't remember him. I'm like, "Well, I saw so many people that day. How am I supposed to remember you? That was 10 years earlier, So I just found it to be ironic. So yeah, and then the other lady that I was I wish I have her card somewhere. She was part of Homeland Security. She actually became, like 2 or 3 years after Silk Road, she became one of the head people in crypto. Like if there was a Bitcoin issue, she became one of the government heads. She was a blonde. I don't know what she's doing now, but
Perianne Boring?
maybe kind of chunky. I can't remember. I'll have to find her card, but yeah, she was like one of the heads of Bitcoin in the US government for the, like 15, 16, 17, right around that range. But I really liked her. She was one of the few agents when I was at my sentencing in Baltimore in 2016. They actually came on my behalf, and they all wrote letters to the judge on my behalf. And so she is a wonderful lady. She apologized for the hell that they helped put me through, and and wished that they could take things back. And then she went on about saying how they went through hell too, which I'm sure she did. I'm sure the government went through every single agent with a fine-tooth comb. And she told me that their lives were turned upside down too, even the ones that were totally innocent. And so there are some good people in the government, you know. So I found one. I wish I could remember her name. I have her card somewhere. I'll have to find it. But yeah, it's been an interesting journey, and there's just so many little things to talk about that people don't realize. You know, the one thing that I always say that most people don't realize is, do you know what was the currency used more than Bitcoin on Silk Road? Walmart gift cards.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, you could buy these with Bitcoin.
Yeah. It's because Bitcoin was so volatile. And vendors would take Walmart gift cards. So it was easier to go to Walmart, pay $100 because you knew you'd get $100 worth. You didn't have to worry about the up and downs of Bitcoin. But then DPR changed. You could actually hedge so if you paid a certain percentage, I can't remember what the percentage was, but you could lock it in at that dollar value. It didn't matter if Bitcoin went up or if it went down. It locked it in so at the end you might pay, you're guaranteed if you're going to pay 1 Bitcoin for whatever, that's all you're going to have to pay for. And that was another feature that was put in, which I thought was good, because it stopped I mean, heck, by the time you put the Bitcoin on at $2 a piece or $3, it could be up to 5 or down to 1 by the time you purchase something. So that's like Bitcoin going from $100,000 to $50,000 overnight. You know, or even worse, 25,000. So percentage wise, it was, you know, and whether you like Silk Road or not, it was actually technologically way ahead of its time. The way he put it together and the way it was ran. I mean, you got to hand it to the guy. I mean, that was a tough thing to do, and all under the wraps of not getting caught. You know, that took a lot of balls, took a lot of effort, and Ross was very innovative. He's one smart dude. He really is. And so yeah, Silk Road was much bigger than drugs. You know, it really bugs me. You know, even to this day, I have to fight with my family saying, "But you guys just don't understand. It wasn't about the drugs. They're all worried. They're all hung up on, yeah, but who ordered the cocaine that came to your house?" And I'm like, how could I order that cocaine? That cocaine, somebody spent $30,000. Do you think I had $30,000 to buy that? You know, I mean, just logic. Of course, I didn't have $30,000 to buy that cocaine. It makes no sense. And that's where I think the government realized really quick. Even though I had to plead guilty, they would have had a tough time convicting me because there's so many issues. Like, I didn't pay for that. The only reason they could charge me is because I pled guilty, you know, is it came to my door and I opened it up, but I didn't order it. There's no proof of me ordering it. There'd be the blockchain, right? That would be able to, I could prove that I didn't order it, or at least I'd make them prove to me that I did order it. And I don't think they could. There's no way they could have proved it because I didn't. I think that's what's so frustrating, is pleading guilty to. I mean, yes, they could have got me for running the site, for money laundering, but the real thing that really bothered me was pleading guilty for something I didn't do. But it is what it is. But yeah, that I might be guilty of helping run the website, but I was not guilty of that stupid cocaine that showed up in my house. Oh, because why would I not tell the truth about it? You know, it makes no sense. I would admit to it if I did, but I don't know.
Yeah, so what do you think about subsequent marketplaces like Silk Road 2.0? I'm talking with Blake Emerson, who was running that one, to also get on the show, and I sort of convinced him when I met him in person, but since then, every time I message him, he doesn't seem responsive. And there were a bunch of other marketplaces that emerged after Silk Road was shut down. And the irony is that even when the founders were caught or something, they got like 5 years in prison, which was very different from double lifetime plus 40 years, I might say. But they were sort of clones, but do you think there was anything interesting to them? Like,
yeah, they kind of evolved like Alphabay. In fact, I was on a documentary with about 3 or 4 years ago. A Canadian, the CBC asked me to be on, and I went on they flew me to San Francisco. And they interviewed me for a few minutes. But Alphabay was a guy. He was spending his Bitcoin left and right, and he got caught, and then he committed suicide in jail. And that suspect, his suicide is suspect. And that's what they were doing a documentary on. But what I have found interesting is I was always wondering when they would start taking Monero. And it didn't take long for the sites. Granted, I didn't pay much attention to them, so I don't know when they started taking the privacy coins. But it didn't shock me at all when I saw, I don't know, Alphabay started taking Monero. And that's the other thing. Silk Road gets all the attention for being the first, but Alphabay did like 100 times the transactions than Silk Road ever did. And he made so much money. He had houses all over the world, had all these lavish cars. And then the one thing about these dark web, that's what I warn people about. There's really going to be only two consequences. They're either going to get rug pulled, the site's going to shut down, which has happened many times, or the government's going to come knocking at your door. And so I always advise people, you know what? Keep those two things in mind before you before you start playing around with the dark web. Because usually it's one of those two things will happen eventually. You might get away with it a little bit, but if you keep at it, your number is going to be called eventually. So, but yeah, there's Alphabay. There was another site that ran side by side with Silk Road called Black Rock Reloaded or something. It was something like that. And when they saw Silk Road go down, they said, "No, we're getting that while the getting's good." And they actually refunded, and they could have closed up shop, did a rug pull. They didn't. They gave everybody's Bitcoin back. And then they just closed up shop and went away off to the night, and never to be heard of again. Well, they may have started up another site, but who knows? But yeah, it was Silk Road's only competition during that time, and it was a small site, but still they had thousands of people on it. It seemed like it wasn't as big as Silk Road, but it still had quite a bit of volume. But so there's still some good people out in the world. I mean, those people could have those admins could have easily rug pulled all that. I don't know how much money it was, but not everybody's bad.
I think there are lots of these stories in Bitcoin. I read about someone who at one point, like a Chinese Bitcoiner who had the capacity to run 51% attacks on Bitcoin, basically with his pool. And I'm not talking about Jihan Wu, that happened much later. Like, there was this one guy who had the gears and also had the access to electricity, and if he wanted, he could have a dominant mining pool that had more than 50% of the hash rate, but he
Oh,
chose
I've
not
heard of
to. And on purpose, he decided to basically downsize his operation so that it never becomes a threat to Bitcoin, and waited for the competition to catch up. And there were
it. Yeah.
also people on Bitcoin Talk who were very honest about their business. Like, they would frequently try to sell stuff and then refund people, and it was very much voluntary.
Yeah, there was there was a few guys on Bitcoin Talk that were trusted escrows. So if you ever wanted to, they had trust points or whatever they give, and usually those guys were, all the transactions I saw those guys do, they were on the up and up. So if I never did any transactions, but if I ever wanted to do something, I would definitely use one of those guys in a heartbeat. Um, because you have to trust somebody, somewhere, and those guys earned their trust, slowly but surely. But yeah, there was, yeah, Bitcoin Talks another thing that there was a lot of I don't know if you call them scams, but a lot of advertising that went on, to spin wills. You have to pay. I mean, if you go to one of my old accounts there, I think I have it's all full of crap. I was trying to make money by people clicking on links or whatever. But yeah, that's it. I Bitcoin Talk had its moments, but I never, and it was good on some conversations, but overall, Silk Road was the best place by far to talk about Bitcoin, and I'll always say that until I see something better come along. But
That's amazing. I want to once again announce your page on Satlantis where people can donate to you. So let me take a look. You actually put it on your Twitter. So it's satlantis.io. And let's see.
yeah, I think you can look up my name, and Monday, I think Monday we're gonna have things for an event so people can actually donate or go to our event that we're doing in El Salvador next week or on the 17th. And we're gonna have I'm gonna have T-shirts that says PardonCurtis.com or whatever with the Silk Road emblem that I'm sure that we're gonna sell. I don't know, for $30 or something, or I don't know. But Monday we should have that up and running on the Satlantis.io. It's an event website that's run by Noster. So you can pay, it's micro payments or
It's called
whatnot.
zapping on Noster.
Zapping, that's what it's called. Yeah. But it's up right now, but we'll have all the stuff ready to go on Monday. So
I'll put that in the video description once it's ready.
okay.
Curtis, it's been almost 5 hours that we've been talking.
Gosh.
Actually, it's longer than 5 hours because we had like 20 minutes of prep talk before this. I could possibly ask you a lot of questions and keep this going for another 5 hours, but my girlfriend is gonna kill me because she cooked dinner.
That's fine. We can do it another day too. So
yeah, is there anything that you would like to say to the listeners, or
no,
how to follow you, how to donate to your cause,
yeah,
where you're speaking, and why they should listen to you, and also if you're a conference organizer, invite Curtis.
Oh yeah, I'm more than happy to come. I'm actually speaking at adopting Bitcoin in El Salvador next week, and I'll be down there for the week, and then we're doing my little poker event on the 17th at Satoshi's bar down there, and all the info will be on Satlantis.io. Just look it up there with my name, Curtis Green. You can find it pretty easily Monday. So
Okay. Also, learn about the history of Bitcoin. I think there's actually a good documentary about the Silk Road that's called Railroaded, and it's a 6-part documentary about Russ Ulbricht. I think that one is sort of officially approved that it's good. And unfortunately, we don't have too many sources that are commodified. You still have to go through the chats, you still have to research a bit to see what happens. Just don't trust most of the journalism out there. It's bad. It's
yep.
borderline character assassination for the people who were there and knew what was actually happening. And always remember that Bitcoin could never get to this point without Silk Road. Like it or not, it was there and it was the first significant use case for this internet currency.
Yep. It was part of history, and it'll always go down as one of Bitcoin's biggest moments. That's for sure.
And since Russ Ulbricht doesn't do podcasts and is not interested in appearances like this, you can book Curtis. He's the guy who was there.
I'm an open book.
I'm gonna speak with some friends who also have podcasts and different audiences. And maybe I can get you on Monero Talk, for example. It's pretty big.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you
There's
very
also
much.
the Digital Cash Network, which is from the Dash people. And maybe some other hardcore Bitcoin podcast that I know. I need to pick one. Basically, to get you on as many communities, because Silk Road and especially the cause of Russ Ulbricht was very beloved and was embraced by a lot of communities at their core. And they decided that they want to donate money to him, they want to support him. And I'm sure that they will also show a lot of gratefulness to you also.
I appreciate that. And again, I don't want to come across as like I'm begging. It's just more of something that, I need help with, and I'm very bad at asking for help. And I decided that, I've now's the time for, now that Ross is out, now's the time for me to spread my wings a little bit and see, maybe I can do some more good and educate people and tell the story, and then we go from there.
Where
So
can people follow you? And I don't mean follow you home so that you have to basically crawl from the living room to the bathroom.
I go on X quite a bit, on Twitter. That's where that's where I'm at most of the time, and I'll probably be on I really like Satlantis, how you can create, you can post things, and so I might be there a little bit more active. But I Love Poker is my moniker on X. So I post, sometimes I'll go a few days without posting, or a week, but then I'll post for 2 or 3 days straight. So I'm somewhat I'm somewhat there most of the time. That's a word.
Thank you very much, Curtis. It's been an amazing 5 hours of speaking with you. I hope that everyone listening learned something new about the Silk Road, about what the early days of Bitcoin were like, and the direction in which we're heading, basically, because we have to bring or keep that fire burning all the time. And remember why we're here. We're not here to become bankers. We're not here to become friends with bankers. We're here to replace the bankers. And we have work to do.
That's right. That's what I agree with 100%. So, hey, well, thanks a lot. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you having me. It's been great.
I appreciate you accepting to do this because it's been work. Like I had to do a lot of work to convince you to join.
You did, because I'm just so nervous. I I trusted you, and that says a lot about your character. So
I appreciate it. Like I did not intend to portray you in any way. I just wanted to speak with you, learn more, and I hope that everyone else listening also learned something new today.
yeah, all right. Hey, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you very much. And To the listeners, tune in on Monday when I interview Jonathan Beer, the writer of the Block Size Wars, and also the guy behind the BitMEX research account and blog and everything else.
All right. Yeah. Well, tell him hi and tell him thanks for me.
I will.
Hey, well, thanks, guys. Everybody listening, watching. Appreciate
Bye, party
it.
people.
You get it. Bye-bye. Take care now.